Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Unfortunately, we do not have good news. We're going to cover it anyway. We have a bridge collapse overnight in Baltimore. We're going to bring you everything we can on this to keep you up to date with exactly what happened, what we know, what we don't know, what we're still finding out. I've got marshaling all my sources here to gather information. We've gone back to pull recorded police traffic from the time. We've got a lot to go over. Let's see. I'm just literally. I went live before I'm ready because when can you be ready for this? Honestly, but let's see. We are. Man, I'll say first and foremost, our hearts go out to all those affected. There are people on the bridge. There are people on a boat. There are medical or emergency crews that are putting themselves at risk right now to search and look for people who's a chance of survival possibly. So give me just a second. We're going to go in first. We're going to bring in we're going to bring down the music. I was just trying to wake you guys up. I'm sorry. Okay, all right. We're gonna go ahead and kill the music here. Let me bring in first. We're gonna have going in the background. We're gonna have the scanner, which is running up in the Baltimore area, and we're talking about Baltimore area, Baltimore, Maryland. The bridge specifically is the Francis Scott Key Bridge. This is a bridge that I believe is part of the Beltway. This is a major bridge. It carries about 47,000 vehicles every day, and more on the weekends, right? What we know about it from the videos and everything that's gone out there. Let me bring in audio first. Hang on. We've got police scanner working here.
26 over the next fall.
Engine 6, they're requesting you to respond to the 303 Authority Drive cruise ship into the Key Bridge.
They call it a cruise ship initially. It's not a cruise ship.
26, 728, 75 for your 43. Start down Toxicity. 9 Hendricks Court off of Middleton Road. Samantha's advising her boyfriend is drunk and wants to take their child.
And that's not the call either.
Weapons, still wait description.
Courtney Meek, my hotel my son is staying at is 10 minutes from the bridge. Oh, my goodness.
Direct on the call.
Jane,
and the suspect's going to be a white male, 34 years old, wearing a black shirt, blue pants, named James Sefford. Sounds 145.
Give me a minute as we filter out some of the unneeded operations.
I can start up there.
Batch.
There is a presser coming soon. I've been monitoring this on Spaces.
From dispatch. Okay, just be advised they did just call. We're now going to start assignments, all of our boots and dive units and everything. So we're going to take you off this call and put you on another one. They're going to be heading that way as well.
This was at 1:45 a.m.
Reported to be 13 workers in the water.
13 workers.
Probably 15-ish minutes.
Okay, let me get some maps and everything pulled up for you.
Crazy, just let me know and I'll go.
13, 911, 9 Sophia 43, Central Fight at 10542 Philadelphia Road. 10542 Philadelphia Road by Silver Spring Road and White Marsh Boulevard at the Holiday Inn. Room 402, Deja said that a couple in the room is fighting for several hours and the caller wants them to leave.
EMS next to the bridge. Did they strike the bridge?
That's correct. They hit the Key Bridge.
Office Young.
This is when the information was first coming, and we're going back and listening to the development as it became known.
Reported 13 workers in the water. You may want to upgrade this to MCI.
EMS 6, we are currently getting together.
I guess if somebody hit the bridge, I don't know anything.
We're currently getting an assignment together.
Trying to redispatch it, and they would give me more information.
Yes, 6, we're currently up here working on getting like an old water assignment started. We're trying to get all of our dive units, our boots, marine units, and everything headed down that way due to the 13 workers being in the water.
925.
25, all right. 726, I'll be out.
These are the helicopters that are hovering overhead.
Fort Level Valley.
Go. Go ahead.
I am responsible. 3 cities.
This is location-wise. Here's Baltimore. If you look right down here, this bridge, this entire white line across right here is gone. Is gone. The whole thing right here has collapsed into the water after being struck by a tanker.
9
Let's see if I can get
9 9 5 3 0 0 2 2 5. That's 7 dispatch. You can go ahead and put me on that car.
Okay, EMS 7, I'll get you put on it as well as soon as they get dispatched.
the helicopters over the area right now.
Okay.
Careful.
There's one. I think they're all news. Let me just check.
Thank you.
They did call out for 2 Blackhawks earlier this morning to assist in the search.
Can I get all clear, Texas?
All clear.
10-8.
These look like news helicopters that are visible here, but we'll watch these.
Dispatch, paramedic 13's clear, 218. New Bridge.
That's 7.32.
Sergeant Queen.
Oh, Sergeant Quinn.
4723.
Oh.
All right. Ship tracker. The ship was called the Nino. Let's see here.
And all units call out for the open water rest. Switch and operate on these fire for
925.
25.
I'm going to read you these calls that are holding. There's no available units in either squad. First one is another Omega alarm at the same location, the Overly Senior Center, 4314 Fullerton Avenue. Then we had one commercial burglar alarm for Monye Hughes, Hazelwood Inn, 4937 Hazelwood. But the alarm company called back with proper codes request 22, and then that property damage on Fitch Avenue from 1336 still holding.
Okay, here we go.
Again, switch and operate on cities talk group fire 4. Time is 1:48.
I have HR getting ready to prepare. Is that okay for you?
11.
11:42.
We're going to need folks for 3 vehicles. Are you ready?
Yes, that's correct.
Right. Okay, sorry, I'm a little bit.
1249.
The ship's called the Dolly. Thank you very much. I knew it was 4 letters long. It's out of Singapore. It's a cargo ship.
Rescue 6-23 Authority Drive.
That anytime they give that Authority Drive,
In a Honda.
that's going to be the the
Yeah,
address
for the
of
Infinity Jeep and Honda.
this event.
All right, the Infinity, that has a Virginia tag or is this different?
10-4, it has a Virginia tag.
I'm bringing up Google Earth. We can try to
There's 3 coming
look
down
at this from a
for
couple
it, so.
different ways here.
60 call.
3 coming down for it, so.
It'll be a little bit.
5-5-10-8.
150.
812, 813 sent you an unwanted protocol at 2907 Coldstream Way, 2907 Coldstream Way by coordinate at Frank Sierra Sun brought a female to the location and the caller wants them to be removed.
You're getting calls from everything at the same time right now. It's going to be a bit before we can filter out all the channels that aren't necessary, but Hartville Ops might be one of them.
Go
ahead.
Do you have 14-8?
10-4, I do. Engine 6, EMS 7, and EMS 6. If you're still in this talk group, they are operating on City Fire Channel 4.
Engine 15 arrived.
Engine 15 arrived on scene.
Engine 57 efficient. Engine 57 efficient. Engine 57 efficient.
Well, as far as the location here, they're about 40 minutes, 30 minutes now from sunrise, which is going to change everything. It's going to make a lot of things more visible. Let's see if I can zoom in.
I'm direct on the update. Are we able to get a tag number for the vehicle to fight the problem?
Right here. Just trying to get my Google Earth map to show me what I want to show you guys.
Ram Division from Rescue.
So this road is like a ring road. The Beltway goes around the Baltimore area. This is, what is it, 625?
For Medicaid.
595, 695.
Mark Main was about to cancel you.
Tractor clearance. Marine Command. Negative. RAIM Division.
This is going to be
from rescue.
This is going to be extremely problematic for the area.
At Station 8, cancel the call for the medic. What?
This blocks the access to the port as well. The entire bridge is down in the water, so that'll have to be moved before ships can come in and out of the port.
For 2013, your Optima registers Beverly, Zillow, Ashland, Bernie.
The port's one of the top 10 as far as sizes in the United States.
Hey,
so it's
can
a
you give
lot
me
of
a
traffic.
total count of how many divers we have over there?
114, 111.
We're going to pull up a presser here just 1 second.
Avenue, 4414 Wilkins, near Allen Drive. All they could do Parish. It's the hall motion in the office.
We all awoke this morning to an unspeakable tragedy. As the mayor indicated, we know that there will be families and individuals impacted by this, regardless of what happens the rest of the way out. So I would just echo the mayor in lifting up prayers for those who are impacted, but also ask that our residents pray for our first responders. They have been on scene since very early in the morning. Not only conducting initial search and rescue operations, but planning for additional ones as the sun comes up. And the work that they do cannot be understated. I mean, I want to just thank them for all that they are doing and will do in the hours and days ahead. We know that we have a long road ahead, not just in the search and rescue, but in the fallout following this. I think we appropriately have our attention on the search and rescue efforts currently, and just here alongside our partners in the city to say that they have our full support, just as we want to thank our state partners for the resources they've offered up, as well as the federal partners who have already reached out. The mayor and I have talked to the governor. We've heard from the Secretary of Transportation. So collectively, we thank everyone for their thoughts, their well wishes. But again, this is a very active situation, and we want to just thank the chief and our teams for all the great work they're doing. And with that, I'll turn things back over to the chief.
Thank you, County Executive Olszewski. We'll do some Q&A right now. Now we're just going to go around and have everyone present their questions. Go ahead and start. Chief, can you tell us where the crew of the ship is? You also mentioned, too, that 2 people were rescued. Who made the first 911 call? And there were reports that it was a crew on the deck of the ship working at that point. Can you confirm any of that information?
The latest information we have on the crew of the ship is that they are still on board the ship. There's been comms between the ship crew and the Coast Guard. So as part of the overall operation, we communicate through the Coast Guard with the ship. And I'm sorry, your other questions?
There were 2 people taken. Who made the first 911 call?
I don't know who made that call yet.
Okay, and were there other workers on the deck of the ship or deck of the bridge at this point? We had heard that information. Can you confirm that?
We were being told there were workers on the bridge. We have yet to confirm that. We'll work with MDTA to obviously to get that information.
About how many cars were on that ship? Last question. On the deck of the bridge at the time it collapsed.
Don't have a number. I can tell you our sonar has detected the presence of vehicles submerged in the water. I don't have a count of that yet.
Thank you.
Chief, you mentioned upwards of 7 individuals that you're looking for. We've heard reports of as many as 20 individuals. Can you just paint a more clear picture of about how many people actually fell into the water, how many people you might be looking to rescue, and also if you can give an idea of how many vehicles, although you might not have that answer, but really just the search and rescue.
Yeah, I'll start with the last one. So I don't know how many vehicles yet. I know that we have detected the presence of vehicles. As far as the number between the 7 and 20, that's been a dynamic count throughout the morning. Just given the fact that we haven't yet nailed that number down, we do believe that at least 7 are involved in that. At least 7 at this point.
That fell into the water.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, and I know you said the crew was accounted for according to the Coast Guard on deck. Do we know if any of the crew members were part of these at least 7 people that may have been in the water?
We do not.
Thanks, survivability of waters around this temperature is not very long. At what point do you shift focus to become more of a start operation?
So we'll be guided by our dive teams. We will determine what the temperature of the water is. The other issue that we have out there is this water is current influenced. So right now we think the tide is coming back in. That adds a bit of a challenge to us also. We can certainly dive in these conditions, but we have to take a lot of factors into play, right? The fact that there may be trauma involved, they have been in the water an extended period of time, but also remember, we're battling darkness. So, it's quite possible that we may have somebody there that we've not seen yet, and as they work closer to the debris field, they'll obviously make those determinations. But we're going to rely on the experts, which are our dive masters that are here, our dive team, to tell us when they believe we've reached that non-survivability point.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Chief Wallace, was there any indication that there was a problem on the ship? Was it led in by tugboats at any Mayday? Like anything that so far early on point you to something went wrong?
We do not have that information with regard to the investigation. I would refer that to law enforcement. My focus since 1:40 this morning has been that rescue operation.
So far there's been no indication that any kind of like an emergency dispatch came from that ship beforehand?
I have no information about that, ma'am.
Have you been able to talk to the pilot, the American pilot on that bridge?
The pilot on the vessel?
Yeah.
We have not talked to the pilot on the vessel. The rescue personnel, the rescue operation, we have not interacted.
Just back over here.
Can you tell us about the victims that were pulled from the water?
I don't have age.
Update on condition. Sorry, again.
I'm sorry.
Update on the condition as well when you.
Yeah, I don't have age and gender on either. One patient refused service, right? Really, they weren't injured. The second patient, however, was seriously injured and is at an area trauma center.
Are you including them in the at least seven people?
We don't know yet if they're part of that 7. Okay. The patient is injured severely enough that we've not been able to debrief that patient.
That 7 number, did that come from people witnessing cars going down? Like, where did that number come from? Or is that just from the sonar hits that you got?
No, that was the initial information that we got as we were arriving on the scene, that number. And that number, again, as I said earlier, has fluctuated, right? That 7 has been a consistent number.
How many agencies are here assisting right now with this recovery?
Dozens. I mean, locally, fire department-wise, Baltimore County's here, Howard County's here, Hartford was here, PG was here, Anne Arundel, of course, Baltimore City, and a lot of those agencies are here by virtue of the fact that they may have specialized equipment that we need during an incident like this. So we're bringing in the equipment specific to the operation right now, and then even law enforcement agencies have a lot of the same marine ops equipment as we do. So given the incident is so big, we try to force multiply and just bring as many resources in as we can so that we can really blanket a large area for a search.
What about the fuel spill? What kind of resources are you bringing in to mitigate that?
We've not been able to confirm that we actually have an active fuel spill from the vessel. We've had odors of diesel fuel. The Maryland Department of the Environment is here, as well as the Coast Guard. So they would take leads on that as well. We hope as the sun comes up a little bit with the air assets that are up to get a much better picture, if we do have a fuel spill, what the impact has been so far.
Talk about the air assets that are up as the daylight comes up. How's that going to impact that with those resources?
Yeah, Maryland State Police has been here. Foxtrot is also working this. There are 2 air resources right now. I don't know that we won't bring any more in, but right now they're the 2 primary.
I just want to show you guys this as they're talking
on
here.
the open water. It's an invaluable resource.
The main picture we've got pulled up here is an overnight camera that caught the strike, caught the bridge collapse. So this is about a 5-minute video that shows the duration of this happening. Entering on the left-hand side of the screen, just by the bridge, you can see the cargo ship approaching. You can see the cargo ship approaching. As it does that, you can also see on the bridge, you can see headlights going across the bridge. Look at this. We've got We're on camera 3 here. Just 1 second.
This is a tragedy that you can never imagine, right?
Reset 1. We're going to go to 3. Oops. It's right here. Sorry. You can see headlights. You can see semi-trucks crossing. You can also see just to the right of that midpoint on the bridge, the highest peak, just to the right, down on the flat part of the bridge where the cars go across, not on the structure above it. You can see construction crews that are working. Those are the crews. They're saying that they know at least 11 construction workers that were in the water. But the bridge itself was open. It was open to traffic. And it's possible that only at the last minute were they able to detect there was going to be a problem with the ship approaching and keep cars from coming on. We're still trying to find out about that right now. But there are people also reporting that there are some. Let's see. They're also reporting that there might be a diesel fuel.
And I think that's particularly true for people who are worried about their loved ones right now. I think there'll be plenty of time to talk about what this bridge means to the community, what it means for commerce, but at the end of the day, right now this is about the humanity of people who are impacted and the men and women who are out there trying to save lives and recover folks off the bridge. So I think there'll be plenty of opportunity to talk about that. But really,
thanks, Cachette.
Right now and for the foreseeable hours ahead, this is really about focusing on the search and rescue efforts. And I want to just again thank the chief for his leadership and for all of the affiliated partners that we have working on this.
Chief, I know there's limited fact that this could have been intentional, that this could be some kind of act of terrorism or intentionally hitting the bridge.
That's not my focus here, ma'am. That's part of the law enforcement investigations.
Lights did go on and off on the ship prior to it striking the bridge. You can see it goes in slow motion. It's horrific.
I know you said that you guys have spoken to Secretary of Transportation of Pacific. Has he made any comment about the assistance like we saw in Philly being rushed through to get this?
Thank you. I spoke with Secretary Bouges directly. He and his team said that they can obviously work with us throughout this incident and work with not just the city and county, but really the state of Maryland to make sure that we have every resource that he and the federal government can provide.
How long is it going to take to rebuild this, Mayor?
I think right now, sir, listen, we shouldn't even be having that discussion right now. The discussion right now should be about the people, the souls, the lives that we're trying to save. There will be a time to discuss about a bridge and how we get a bridge back up. But right now, there are people in the water that we have to get out, and that's the only thing we should be talking about.
To go back to the question about the terrorism, there is absolutely no indication that there's any terrorism, that this was done on purpose. Our criminal intel is working with the FBI and other federal and state agencies to get all the intel that we have, but there's absolutely no indication that it was intentional.
Thank you, everybody. I want to thank you all. I will be advising you, updating you on the next briefing. Should be in a couple hours.
Okay, so that concludes the briefing. We're going to go ahead and lose that video. Let's see. Let's bring in camera 7 instead.
Go ahead. Captain Warren. Switch over to 3-3. Talk group 3-3.
Copy that. 9-8. 10-7 gunpowder. 4-4.
So this is the moment that the bridge really got
Lou, so this is going to be
hit.
This is going to be an extended operation. We're going to have multiple helicopters coming in and out of that LZ all day. I'll be prepared to be there for somewhat of a long haul. So, air asset-wise, you're going to have 2 Black Hawks coming in and out of that area, and possibly even MSP and county air.
35-8, trouble breathing. 5508 Willys Avenue, Crushing to June Road, Sulphur Spring Road.
There's a big cloud of smoke from the ship prior to the impact. It's about to strike the bridge here in moments on the video we're watching right now.
All right. And you both in quarters.
This video courtesy of Stream Live, which has a live shot of the bridge all night long. And there it goes. Oh my goodness.
Sulphur Spring Road. On the West Talk 32.
Dispatch utility 52 ATV 50 in quarter.
All right.
Go ahead.
Can you load me on manually for the time being? Hopefully my KDT will load up in the next hour or so.
10-4, I'm sorry, which unit did you say you were?
712B.
This is the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore. The bridge spans the entrance to the harbor. So not only is the bridge out, the harbor is now completely blocked by the debris from the bridge.
Also,
Will take
on
some
this talk
time
group,
to
you stay
clear.
here. Got Captain Watkins, ATR-1. He's actually set up as Aviation Command. So if you announce the helos coming in, landing, and taking off, that way he can track that. That'd be great.
Short 50 in quarters.
All right, toward 50, 642.
Short 50 quarters.
Toward 50, 642.
Okay, give me just a second here.
5 times 642.
1226, you could start at 22.
Air Guard Engine 175 from dispatch. 725 for any supervisor.
25.
This is my 43, so I can relate to my relief. I know I have 726A still logged on in reference to the incident for the Key Bridge. Do you want them to stay logged on, or do you have an approximate 42?
The ship is still stuck right there on that
Yeah,
piling.
you can just leave him. He'll probably be here longer than us.
Direct, 643 hours.
Good.
Looks like we just got a call back. They're requesting to cancel, said they were able to turn the water off themselves.
So can you open up Casualty 111, please? And
The initial reports we heard this morning were that the ship lost steering prior to the impact. So there's no indication that there was any sort of intentional element to this.
Subject go up to say he's having trouble breathing. Air Guard Engine 175 is all clear.
All right, Air Guard Engine 75 clear. Have a good day, 643.
1227, you can start.
So I'm trying to get to all the messages. You guys are sending me messages.
I
on
a
this.
monitor for a residential burglary, 1727 Brookview Road, off Birch and Railway Avenue. Anonymous complainant. It said squatters are trying to get into their neighbor's house through the front door. Seems to be 2 subjects involved. White male, 40s, blue hat, green hoodie.
Will be a 7-year-old male. 7-year-old.
Yeah, 30 years old. 7 court cartridge. London Road. And age 13, 7-bit core cartridge. London Road. Spent on East 6.
Truck 13, please.
Truck 13, have you clear? Time is 6:43.
17, you want to get logged on?
That one.
27, I was drinking the call.
What you have to understand about a bridge like this and the channel that ships travel in, it's very narrow. The path in and out of the harbor is as far as the depth that it needs for big ships like this to travel on. It's a narrow channel that they drive in, and so just losing steering for just a little while could be disastrous. I'm interested why I don't see a tugboat in there. A lot of times there will be a tug or a guide ship on large ships like that so that they'll even put people on the boat itself that have experience, and they'll pilot the ship to literally be the captain just for the into and out of the harbor. I was watching just yesterday a tugboat doing this on a YouTube channel, guiding the ship into and out of a harbor. But let's see.
Block 56-8, 56 fire alarm, 4 core cartridge, Meridian Lane. 201 West 645. Block 56-8, 56 fire alarm, 4 core cartridge, Meridian Lane.
We did have a ship hit the bridge, the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, Maryland, and it took down the entire bridge. And the bridge was operational at the time. There were repair crews on the bridge, but that's normal. A lot of these bridges sort of have perpetual repair. Stacy sent me pictures. Where did you send them to, Stacy? Let's see.
Central Control, can you please close 3 front door?
Morning, Gene. I'm sure you probably got it, but you heard about Stephen Claps.
Yeah, I just got 2 off. So, be careful with traffic, guys. Just do the best you can.
Yeah, 10-4. It's going to be a mess.
Had a call for trespass, man.
Oh my goodness, Stacy, I got him here. Just 1 second here.
Night, left in 2 bed. She left the location. Is it okay to hold?
Exit 56.
646.
K9 on the now switch to Dunbar.
326, we ready to copy. I'm going to need 3 vehicles added to this call for hook.
Go ahead.
Guys, I'm getting pictures downloaded for you so you can see what it looks like on the water.
150, 4 David Charles 002, extensive rear end damage.
I have a 61.
Engine 61's arrived at Atlanta. And the next one is going to be a gold Mercedes E320, Maryland 202653.
Drop 15 clear.
Go ahead.
Can you pop it over? Can you clear inside, please?
And where's the damage on that one?
Side damage.
And the third one?
Third one is a red Nissan Altima, Maryland 6 Edward William 7956.
Give me just a second. We're going to have pictures for you in just a minute from the water.
Sergeant Quinn 3205.
Careful.
Officer Kiwa. Engine 15 is clear.
Sorry, man. Extensive and side damage.
Engine 15, 648.
Info 62.
Precinct 3.
Direct.
Time is 6:48.
Senor. Do you know the name for the 4GH auxiliary unit officer?
Officer Green.
Is that Green?
Okay, these are pictures that are taken from the water of the bridge collapse. I'm going to see if we can go full screen on these just a minute for you.
You're on the type for me. Draw me up a.
We're going to play through these. This is the twisted wreckage that remains of the bridge.
Maryland tag 1 Edward Adam 1970.
There's the pylon, the cement pylon, the structure that holds it up above the water.
Officer Green.
This is why you can see why there will be no ship traffic. I mean, maybe a small boat will be able to get through in some of the little gaps, but there will be no major ship traffic into or out of this port for some time until this can be hauled out.
CP1?
It's truck 13, 649.
446.
Okay, we have the main staging area is the headquarters building on Broning. The media is off to the side, and then I'm over at Turner Station boat ramp, and there's one other one over at Fort Farmstead boat ramp.
There's a picture of the Dolly. This is the ship, the blue over on the left where it says DALI. That's the container ship that is partially stuck underneath the bridge. You see containers look like knocked containers off. There's a huge portion of the bridge resting on the ship itself. In place. That break on the side does not look good. If this container ship sinks there, it would just compound this problem.
Clear for out of service and route to 8 for supply. 326 or 3. Can you hit button for the precinct?
Send me a copy. I can do it.
Medic 55, have you cleared out of service? 650.
Can you send me a copy of that burglary and I'll be in the area?
Absolutely.
I'm pulling up on Brookview now.
100. Zone 6, full officer.
Donnie, we don't know how many people are in the water. They think about 11 construction crew members, and sadly, this is something that's very difficult to survive, because first of all, it's a large fall. It's a huge distance to fall, and it's also you're mixed in with debris and everything else, and you're falling into a very cold water in a vehicle, or having those things fall around you if you're out of a vehicle. So tragically, this is going to be very difficult to have very high recovery of victims in this one.
3D6, the gold Mercedes or the red Nissan?
Gold Mercedes.
About 150-foot drop.
22, the gold Mercedes, just for the weight.
128 feet above the water. We've got a couple people. Sunrise in Baltimore is at 7 p.m. or 7 a.m. Sorry, 7 a.m. So we're about 4 minutes away. So we're We don't have a live shot right there. Let me see if I can bring one in, actually.
Got a 10-minute ETA on board. I have a 78-year-old female, priority 1, stroke alert. How do you copy?
Copy, squad, consult.
Patient, a 70-year-old female, stroke history in January of this year, it sounds like. Just had vascular surgery last week, and she does take Ellis.
Let's see, they're in a commercial break.
It was going to be 6 p.m. yesterday when a neighbor saw her, and this morning she's making calls 911 because she couldn't see correctly. She does have some pretty expressive aphasia, her lambs and ear-wise. Her sick was 100. Other vital signs, pressure we got was 140/80, heart rate 88, respiration O2 is 99%, and 3 liters. She was complaining of shortness of breath. She was in that line, but we did put her on some vert. Right now, I'd say her GPS 15. She is getting across what she knows. She's just not able to say it clearly, and she is with a headache, no blurred vision. Do you have any other concerns at this time?
Good.
Came back negative valid to a David person on East Little Street.
7 around. Thank you. 652.
Or medic.
Medic.
652.
High tides are the fact that the tides coming in. People on the ground are saying that they're hearing shifting and metal popping. It could be from the boat, from the ship being moved by the tide as well.
I'm sorry. Your information, it's a fire alarm going off inside the apartment. It's apartment 201.
Proceed, thank you.
You're welcome.
Kevin, rumors that the ship lost power and notified officials before the impact. Possibly the bridge closed to most traffic before the impact.
Number 107, Medic 7's already called out on it. It is going to be...
It was minutes before. It was minutes before.
An altered level of consciousness. It's your discretion if you want to take it or have the medic take it.
14, in reference to that tag that I should have run, could you, I think that's a city address. The city units could go out there, figure out why the cars parked halfway in the spot on the substation lot.
We will see you upon arrival. Please be consult necessary. Baby's clear.
Thanks, we're clear.
Dispatch.
Yes, police scanner. This is out of Baltimore. Yeah. We're hearing a lot of calls.
6 at the location still.
Correct, that's still on scene.
Okay, thanks.
We're just going to filter out.
Engine 50 station. Engine 15 sensation.
653.
Special time 31. Go ahead. For demobilization plan, getting some of the notice we have a range to cut loose, and we're going to move all the dive operations to Somerset Park, coordinate with the police and dive masters this time to make that happen. And then Captain Schlechter is sort of liaisoning with them to ensure all those are taken care of. So we'll be cutting some of those basics and stuff loose over there at the range.
Okay, 6 foot.
Error 175, I have you en route. Error 175, Medic 7. It's going to be 83-year-old female, conscious and breathing. Not responding normally, not acting right. Breathing is normal. Exit 56, 654.
I do that request.
654. 29.
1229.
Everything's locked and secured. Can't find the 4 cents and sending codes. 13, are you aware?
Hello.
Yes, they're aware of the gold Mercedes not being towed now.
10-4, thank you. 326 direct skip.
You, man. Hey, can you come in and do a detail for us?
Never.
Okay, and just pull into this alley for me. I appreciate it.
Can you pull me on an outpost for prisoner detail, please? Range direct unit.
Go ahead, Eric.
Did I hear correctly on 3-2 where you are going to move the dive assets to Fort Armstead?
I'll load up the car real quick. I was still checking it, and then I'll be in.
I'm direct, thanks.
Sorry, I was on the phone with ATR1. I'm going to walk in and do a face-to-face with the chief, and then make sure we're on the same page here.
Okay, just let me know, because I got a lot of logistics to move around if that's going to be the case.
Captain Copper.
Go ahead.
Routine 3232.
10-4. Dispatcher Medic 6. Medic 6. I know there's a lot going on. I'll keep right stuff. We're going to be clear, if not incident, out of service for EMS.
Sure, can I have you clear and out of service? 56.
Rescue for range.
Rescue.
We need to beat over Avalon by the LZ, the control public.
Copy that.
Go ahead.
Can you send 2 Baltimore County police officers over to the landing zone to control, for crowd control, please?
Under deployment.
Got it.
657. Also, Bill.
Special Medic 7. Medic 7.
This bridge holds about 47,000 cars cross it every day, which is a sizable amount of traffic.
You show everybody into 175 arrived.
Have you arrived? 68.
Let's see if I can.
MRC, Baltimore County Medic 5, requesting consult with St. Agnes.
On 7 volts lane.
25 on 224, waiting for St. Agnes.
Lots of traffic in the area. The air traffic is just nuts here.
Can you call me, please, at 3235?
10-4.
Negative information for St. Agnes County 5. Approximately 6 minutes away on board, 7-year-old male. We got some crew going on. How do you copy?
Copy. Can you?
Well, Mom says the
Okay, the ship traffic, which is in the bottom right-hand corner right now, I'll see if I can make it full size here. This is the ship traffic for the area, and if we zoom in and view that, you can see we can see the small rescue boats as well that are working around there. And here's the dolly right there. That's like the resting position after the strike. The information on the dolly is right here.
108 BP 115 over.
The dolly destination was Baltimore, Columbus. It's not moved for a while. It's not going to move for a while. But there's an image of what the ship actually normally looks like. You can see it's a huge container ship. It moves a massive amount of goods into and out of this. It's flagged out of Singapore. And was lost power as it approached the bridge about 1:45 overnight in the morning. Service, it is stopped. Yes, it's stopped. Let's see, draught is 12.2 meters. That's going to be the depth of the how much of the boat is underwater at the time. And I imagine it probably doesn't have that much clearance on a good day underneath that as well. Let's see some of the boats that are in the water around here. Coast Guard, the CG is a Coast Guard boats. They've been called in. More Coast Guard marine traffic. Navigational aids. So as far as if you look at these navigational aids, these are going to be positioning that the boats use to go through the bridge. Basically the lights, the buoys that indicate the safe area to go. So they were basically right just outside of this channel that they should have gone under, which should have gone under the highest part of the bridge, and instead it drifted and struck the pylon instead. All right, let's see here. I do audit for many of these shipping containers. Yikes! Yeah, this is going to be the impact of this is going to be felt all over the place. This is going to be massive, and I'm not even talking about the loss of life, which we really don't know the full scope of right now.
I'm coming to your location.
Okay, Exit 5, have you en route. Exit 5, Medic 4. Upon arrival, I want you to stage until I can advise the scene is safe. Currently, it's a domestic violence situation going on there.
Mike, this
Caller
bridge.
said her nephew and his girlfriend are intoxicated, and the nephew attacking his girlfriend. She doesn't believe there's any weapons there.
So 40 feet of ship under the water.
So I don't really know the age of the police do have the call. I'm going to let them know you're going to stage.
Bob's saying the GPS should have guided them. They don't need the buoys. They've got very high tech. They have really high tech equipment inside. If you've ever been inside one of these or seen inside one of these large ships, the captain's bridge looks like something out of Star Trek.
If you took me to on Toss, when just came in, they're requesting PD to the landing zone for crowd control.
I'm 76 over there.
10 4, just advise if you need anyone else.
7 seconds, I will help them out.
I double.
9, can you add me to the other call, please?
Yes, Airport Engine. Did you get a room number?
1413.
You apparently have a 1046 at Merrick, and sometimes I just came through that intersection. I don't see that truck anywhere to be found.
Click on the past track for the ship.
Fireman
Let's see what
request
we've
for
got here.
PD to 323 First Point to the landing zone for out control.
It's the only call I have.
It's going to be room 305.
Never mind, I see it. Sorry, I just got it.
71.
10-4, thank you.
Not that one. Hold on.
5 transport to 212.
There's the track. This is exactly the way it should have gone, except for this little deviation right here at the end. It was headed right down through the channel that it should have been going through. And then it lost power here and struck the bridge.
Down lanes, advising medics on route as well. They will be staging.
Amber 112.
We just went in service. Is Medic 7 on scene, or do you want us to take the call?
7 is still en route. However, it is a level of consciousness check. It's your discretion if you want it.
Us to do, we're available. We can take it, or Medic 7 can take it.
Somewhere around up to 20, I think, is the estimation.
47.
Go ahead.
Utility 47, ATV 48 out of service to retrieve crews from the bridge accident. Utility 47. Utility 47.
So they've got crews that are swapping out, that have been working all night, that they're changing out. They've had divers in the water trying to locate cars. They've got sonar going, locating vehicles, which they have been able to locate. But Geraldine Eves, welcome to the gallery. Thank you for joining us.
3808 down lane, 3808 down lane.
Depth of the water under the bridge. Let me do a quick Google on this one.
Sure. Amber 112, I'll put you on it. Medic 7 will be clear.
We're en route. Thank you.
Go ahead and get one other out here for traffic control, please.
Another unit for 8555 mining.
12 on this line.
703.
Good work. Yeah, my cat ain't working. Can you just read the notes of the call again?
311 to 26, going to be skipped. 24.
64 officer.
11.5 million vehicles cross this bridge annually. Across this bridge.
226 direct skips to 23.
064 officer. Go for 06. You have a warning for Delta for process. 326. I was talking to one of my drivers, 10-9.
Skips is 23.
If you go on YouTube, you actually can find videos of this bridge swaying in the wind.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Shark. I'm seeing a lot of texts coming in. Thank you.
The gas leak at Security Boulevard Mall. Looks like we can go ahead and code it. Fire's been there and cleared.
10-4.
704.
We do know there's at least some Black Hawk helicopters that have been brought in from the military to assist in the air in this.
29 for a theft from vehicle that just occurred at 6603 Bonnie Ridge Drive, 6603 Bonnie Ridge Drive near Maple Leaf Court and Copper Ridge Drive. Selena said that she saw young kids with a black mask took a tag off of a vehicle with tools. It was a Dodge temporary tag. Then they put it in their vehicle and drove off. Suspects were in a black Chevy Malibu type 4-door. They went back into the neighborhood, did a U-turn, and then left out the neighborhood. It was unknown race males, early 20s, wearing masks with brown complexion. The victim vehicle, the black Dodge 4-door, is parked near a red Nissan and gray Discovery.
27, I'm logging on here. You can send that to me when I log on.
13, can you take some info down for me?
Amber 1022-25 for a fall injury, 7th Lane Avenue, Alpha Ironwood, Canoe. Apartment 203 on West Tower.
Brown Toyota Corolla, Pennsylvania registration. Lincoln Young X-ray 6820. Heavy front end damage.
No indication this was deliberate.
Will need a tow.
If anything, we're hearing that there may have been some communication warning as far as from the ship to the shore, warning of the problems they were having as they approached the bridge, and that may have actually lessened the amount of traffic on the bridge. Naval Academy is in Annapolis, Maryland, so there are available resources too. I think what you'll be surprised by is how quick they're able to clean the bridge up out of the water once the recovery efforts are done. Obviously, recovery is the primary, the search and recovery is the primary efforts right now. But the problem is they don't even have the full scope or know for sure how many vehicles are involved. Let's see. It was 1:30 a.m. when it first happened. Probably about 1:30, 1:45 in that range. If you look at the timestamp on this image right up here, oops, that's not that one. This one right here. This was a camera that was running. It says 1:24. At this time, this is a second by second live shot of the bridge. You can see the cargo ship, the Dolly, coming into view. It takes a few minutes to get there. It's about a 5-minute long video here. But it takes a few minutes as it's making its way down the channel, and then it just sort of veers a little bit off to the side and strikes the pylon. But you can see the traffic. You can see semi-trucks going across right there, both directions. We've got traffic going, and your heart, as you watch this ship just get closer and closer to the pylon, and you see traffic still crossing it. Your heart just jumps to your throat. It's terrifying. Yes, there were power losses. If you watch the ship, look right now. If you look at the ship, all the ship's lights went off. Basically, the ship just shut down to some degree. Whether it was electrical, whether it was full engine stop, we don't know. It was probably this is not the sort of ship you can just turn a wheel and it moves the rudder. The power comes back on here. There's a mechanical process that turns that steers the ship. Okay, it's not something you can just force it to turn. So if you lose power, you lose steering. It's like most of our cars nowadays. They have power steering, and without it, it's just you can't really drive them.
Here.
All right, we'll figure it out. Thank you.
You're welcome. 7 incident.
Trying to see if I can find a video
Okay,
of the
I
bridge swaying in the wind.
To put in my vehicle ID, stand by.
28, how do you read the shoot?
Rescue. Go ahead.
Hello, I'm direct on your radio. It's just
Austin 268 are going to be over at Fort Armistead picking up some divers. Copy that. Same message. Not a valid value for vehicle ID.
They're swapping out divers that have been in the water for 4 hours already. That's a long time
So
to
your
be in the
first
water.
option is call 8200, see if they can rectify the situation. If not, you got to go to the radio shop.
Hampton Lane and Sleepydale Court with the white and colored Jeep. Cherokee, Maryland, organizational tag. Victor Edward, 4389, and I'm 10-4.
10-4.
Engine 56 intersection.
S6.
Engine 56 intersection.
7 S6.
All right, sir. Thank you.
1229, 1227 to back, respond for serving court order. 1929 Walnut Avenue, 1929 Walnut, crossing Maple Drive, Cedar Lane. Sharon's the daughter's ex-boyfriend needs to be served. A protection order. Looks like name on here is Shaheem Bowens.
125. Sending fast to destruction of property, 2728 Arbutus Avenue for the colors tire black and for.
Patient command from rescue.
425, Pier 43. For a person robbery just occurred, 6546 Pebblebrook, 546 Pebblebrook Road near Cranberry Road and Baltimore's line. Elliot Newberger said that he was just assaulted. They tried stealing his phone. As far as a kid.
Live look this morning as the sun's coming up on the bridge.
He called family and disconnected. We're also setting up medics.
Interact with Oval.
Racing 12.
Go for the air branch.
We're going to turn off the scanner just for a minute as we're getting more of the typical daily police chatter from all the other calls. A huge show. The individuals involved in the response to this have tied up a lot of agencies. I'm looking right now. I'm looking at the water to see if there's a sheen of an oil spill, and I can see. You can see some lines on the water that might be indicative of some sort of oil spill or diesel spilling on the water, but it doesn't look it doesn't look really bad right here. It's hard to tell if there is something. Man, this is... The stories that come out of this are just going to be horrific, but probably some amazing survival stories as well. Unfortunately, we just don't know how many individuals lost their lives in this collapse overnight. There's the view looking back sort of to the north is the view you're seeing right here. As the ship was exiting the harbor when it lost power and struck that pylon and causing the bridge to collapse. This is the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, Maryland. And aside from a little bit of traffic that will be open to literally small boats only, we're talking like fishing vessels. As far as cargo containers and large ships going in and out of this port, it's going to be shut down until they can reopen that, which is no small task. It's the lines of the suspension from the bridge. The lines are actually power lines. There are some power lines that run parallel to it, and you can see those sort of like those two little islands on either side of the bridge or either side of the ship on the back. That's the dolly. Those are little power poles, and so you can see they run parallel to the bridge. The bridge itself was a structural support. It didn't have. It wasn't a cable supported bridge. But in windstorms, I was hearing that this bridge often has to get shut down during high wind events because it sways so badly and it's not safe. Man, that is. Let's see, is it 46 years? Is that the age of the bridge? It was a truss bridge. About 128 feet above the water is the gap between the bridge and the water line, and that's the distance all those vehicles fell. The bridge opened the year I was born in 1977, so it's an older bridge. Yeah, every indication is that this was accidental. There's no indication here that that this was intentional. Yeah. Any replacement bridge. The mayor was on here earlier, or was on the press conference earlier, announcing it's too early to talk about replacing the bridge, but there will be a time when that comes, and obviously they're not going to rebuild the bridge the same as it was. Technology has come a long ways since then, and the building style and structures and the needs for the bridge have probably changed significantly. Jinx, it's still too early to know if there was an SOS or 911 calls. It was probably going to be the initial call will probably be from the ship to the Coast Guard or to the harbor master or something like that that would indicate the problem initially. It just happened so quickly. It was just minutes. I don't even know if anyone on the bridge would have known anything was wrong with what was happening until just seconds before it occurred. There is a sheen on the water. You can see that sheen right there. That's and it's flowing out behind, sort of into the harbor. That means the tide is coming in. So as water passes this, but this. What we don't know is if this comes from the boat or if this comes from some of the construction equipment or some of the vehicles that were on the bridge at the time. It's a fairly wide sheen if you look at that, and it's not necessarily coming from the boat itself. So possibly two sources of fuel spilling on the water. Mimi, they've had divers in. They called divers out immediately as soon as this went down. They called divers and have had people in the water just all night. Some of them have been in the water for 4 hours. Not hearing the total count of the cars. I haven't heard anything official as high as 100. I think if this had happened during a busy part of the day, then that number would be very, very possible. But where it was 1:45 at night, the video we saw, and I'll cut back to it here for you so you can take a look. But the video we've got here in the upper right-hand corner, let's see if we can. you can see that we've got like a semi-truck crossing right here. And we've got another one that's just leaving, another car leaving there. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Like, there's 6, 7, cars at a time or vehicles at a time that we can see from this angle based on the headlights. And this was at 1:23 as the ship was first coming out of the harbor. These lights right here, if you can see, I'm not sure if this is even visible to you. Let me go full screen on that one. Right here. So if you watch these lights that are flashing, these are construction crews. They were working on the bridge. That we know that there were 11 construction crew members, either crew members or vehicles. This other light, that's passing right underneath the red light in 3, 2, 1 now. That's a semi-truck. Okay, you can see the semi-truck going across, and traffic's continuing, but there's not other headlights, really, and a lot of headlights that are visible. And the angle we're seeing is actually looking up a little bit. So if it were a car or a smaller vehicle, it would be harder to see from this perspective. But some of the trucks, we can definitely see where they're at. There's a smaller vehicle coming the other direction, just over the pylon that got hit. On the UK The News, there was a tractor with a trailer that went in the water. They say is the slick as diesel. I can see that when we go back to the top view. Let's see who's going to be that, 3 or 4? Oh, 4. When we go back to this view, you can see the two little lines on the water. It looks like the source is coming from two locations. One is the ship, the cargo ship itself, and the other is sort of the other side of that main span as it goes into the water, where there could be a truck or a vehicle underwater that's leaking diesel fuel. Yes, the Port of Baltimore will be shut until this can be cleaned up. And first of all, they can't do any cleanup. They can't move the ship. They can't move any pylons, because there's a possibility that people are trapped but alive underwater. At this point, 4 hours in, that possibility is lower and lower and lower. But as long as there's a possibility for people to be alive, that's going to be the focus. It's going to be on recovery instead of on repair and removal of debris. As a recap, about right around 1:30 overnight, this bridge that you're seeing here in the live shot, it collapsed after it was struck by the Singapore flagged ship, the Dolly. The Dolly struck that. The Dolly ship lost power. We can see that in the video that's happening right here in the top right hand corner. This is the ship right here. And you can see the lights on the ship. If we back this video up just a little bit, as it was approaching this, the lights just go off. It's just lights off. So, and it's brief. I mean, they come in here, the lights are on, and boom, lights go off. And as the lights go off, you can see that tail end starts to swing around. So they could have been making a rudder correction or something, and then sort of were locked in that steering attitude until they received power again. And once they received power, you see that tail end just swings, which it points the nose right towards the pylon. And then as the nose nears the pylon, as cars are going across, it's then sort of just drives right into it. They've got a big cloud of smoke. Probably the smoke you see is probably them trying to put it in reverse. These are not things that you can just put on, put it in reverse and fly backwards easily. Let's see what we have here on audio.
Pilots move ships in and out of the Port of Baltimore.
What's happening?
Pilots move ships in and out of Baltimore.
What's happening to all the other ships that are waiting the backup at this point? How are you navigating that?
Basically, we're communicating with them. They obviously understand the situation, and we'll deal with the logistics of that later.
Has the crew been evacuated from the ship, and has the Coast Guard been able to make contact with the pilots on the ship?
That's all being done right now. I don't know the exact details of where they all are, but yes, obviously we're contacting them.
Is this being investigated as suspicious?
In any type of incident like this, the FBI would be engaged just to make sure, and that's what they did.
And you have an idea how many vehicles are in the water?
Can you just any idea how could this happen? This bridge
Too early.
should not have collapsed like this.
Too early investigation.
How long will the port be closed? Do you know how deep the water is there in sort of this area where it happened, the conditions?
Approximately 50 feet.
That means the ship has about 10 feet of clearance between the bottom of the ship and the ground. Right through.
That is what we're doing. We're basically searching for everyone that was potentially on the bridge. As you can imagine, it's the middle of the night. You know, what type of traffic was there? How many workers were there? Workers, they obviously come to a project, but other workers show up sometimes. So that's what we're investigating right now.
Is this unprecedented? Is anything like this ever happened?
Not in Baltimore.
Sir, can you talk more about the workers on the bridge, what was going on, and how many vehicles you think might actually be in the water?
They were basically doing some concrete deck repair. We don't have the number of the vehicles.
Do we know who they work for?
I don't have that right offhand.
How long will the port be closed? Any estimate?
Too early to determine.
Are you still looking for 7 people?
A number of people. That's the one number that we've had, but obviously we're researching to see if anyone else was on that bridge.
Can you speak to some of the challenges, the freezing water, the current, the darkness this morning as you were searching for individuals?
All of the above, to be frank. It's, a very, very tough situation. 1 a.m. in the morning, very little information at the time. It happened instantaneously, as you've seen.
Sir, it's been a number of hours at this point. What can you tell family members who might be watching about any hope that you will still recover survivors?
We actually have set up a facility for any family members. We have mental health professionals there as well, so we're dealing with that.
And are you ruling out any kind of intentional motive?
We don't see anything that relates to that at this time. It's an open investigation, but there's nothing that points to that in any direction.
First calls after the incident come in directly from the ship. When the ship hit there, who were the first ones to make the 911 calls to kind of alert you?
I don't know. I don't have that information.
Do you have any indication whether the ship lost power?
It's too early.
Just for clarification,
I'm sorry.
last question, please. Port is closed except for trucks moving transport out.
Right.
Okay.
Okay. We'll be back surely about 9:30. I'm sorry.
This bridge is built in the 19th. It took about 5 years to construct it, right? Any idea what we can expect moving forward? I mean, the bridge is
Too early. Obviously, we reached out to a number of engineering companies, and so obviously we have a long road in front of us to get to that point. Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
That's interesting that they're saying that they've reached out to engineering companies. A couple key points from that presser right there that were confirmed. I'm not sure by who. I'm not sure what the gentleman was, but obviously someone in authority for the harbor says that ships are moved by a pilot into and out of the harbor. That means that the ship owner, whoever owns the ship and is driving in and out, they can't control the ship themselves. They have to pay for a pilot, and that's a skilled, experienced driver to come out and to get aboard the ship. They board the ship. A little boat comes out to the side. They climb up the ladder. They go up to the front, and they control the ship. They physically control the ship and guide it through the channel because, as you heard, the depth of the water there is about 50 feet. Okay, and 50 feet is not a ton of depth. There's not a lot of play in that. So just 10 feet of playing of experience. This would not be a trainee. This is somebody. This is their job. This is their full-time job. They have years and years of experience, and they navigate these ships down the right channel to make sure that there isn't an incident like this. Now, during the process like this, we can see that power went out on the ship. We don't know what caused that. We don't know why it went out, but power went out on the ship. There were 2 pilots on board, which is standard. That's normal. And then what happens is the pilot's on board. And usually there's a pilot boat that goes with it. The pilot boat is sort of like a taxi for the pilot itself, because once it gets past the area where where they need the guidance, where they need help driving through, then the pilot gets off. He gets back on a little boat, and they go back and do it again for another ship, back and forth. But they just pilot in and out of the harbor every single day, and that is a way that the harbor can make sure that an inexperienced captain who maybe has never docked at this harbor before doesn't accidentally drive in an area where he grounds the vessel and causes damage or something like that. Let's see, we've got more views as the sun is coming up. You can see a lot of activity in the water. It doesn't look big, but those are big Coast Guard boats. Those are their little rescue boats. I think they're inflatable hull, solid deck rescue boats. As far as what this will mean for people in the area, let me see if we can zoom out on. Let's see. Where's Google Earth? Where did my Google Earth go? Just 1 second. Let's replay this one again. Okay, no. Okay, here's Google Earth. Let's zoom out just a little bit, and I'll show you. This is in the top right-hand corner is what we're looking at. I'll keep the other views going as well. The bridge that is out here is this. Come on. There we go. There we go. Let's zoom out just a tiny bit. We're in Baltimore, Maryland. This is on the East Coast. For those who are not familiar, it's just south of Pennsylvania, sort of north of North Virginia or Virginia, east of West Virginia. It's sort of nestled between those three states. Right next to Delaware. So we zoom in to Baltimore itself. Baltimore is a major big city. Okay, it's huge. It's old. It's very historic. It's got a lot of great stuff. But you look at this. Look at all the docks. See all these little arms, these little roads. They're jutting out into the water, and all the boats on there. This is a huge port. These ships. These are massive ships. These two happen to look like almost military ships, but. Large ships that move a lot of goods, a lot of materials that need to be either transferred from the East Coast or brought into the East Coast, land here in this port. And if you zoom out a little bit, nothing can sort of enter or exit this port, with the exception of a couple ports down here at the end. But most of the activity is up on the other side of the bridge. It has to go under this Francis Scott Key Bridge, which is right here. And you can look at this. You can see this is how it looked prior to being struck. But the channel that the boats drive through, and you can see the lines from the water as boats have driven underneath here. But the channel is between these two pylons. And what we had was the dolly left its dock right up here, up to north, flipped around in the harbor where it's nice and deep, and then came down this channel. And as it was approaching the channel towards the pylons, it lost power and it veered to the right and then struck this pylon. And in doing so, it brought down the whole middle section of that bridge. So it's now crashed down. That's why we have like the image up here on the top left-hand corner. That is the image of the bridge that had crashed down and landed on the dolly itself. We've got views here now coming from the bottom right-hand corner as well. It's going to be camera 4. This is live from the scene. That's the air as the sun is now up, and we're able to really survey the damage a little bit better. Why not tugboat? I'm not sure. It could have been that the boat was just out of the view, but I just didn't see any movement. It seems that there was a pilot on board. Everything looked right until the power went out on the ship, so there was no indication there was a problem anywhere else. But there's going to be a full investigation into this, I'm sure. That bridge fell about 128 feet into the water, and then the water itself is about 50 feet deep. It's as far as fatalities go, the chance of survival is very low in that sort of situation. Next update is at 9:30 a.m. for the Minnesota Department of Transportation Secretary. They may reroute ships to Annapolis until the bridge is completed. Right, but every ship on the inside is pretty much stuck there as far as the large ships. Boats are still going to be able to go through on that open portion if the harbor allows them to go through. They're probably keeping everyone at bay, and the Coast Guard as well, making sure everyone stays out of the area as they have to work in this area. It's an 11-story drop into cold water. This is sub 50-degree water. 47 degrees, I think, was the water temperature when this happened. Annapolis Harbor isn't deep enough. Sunshine State of Mind. Unfortunately, the chance of survival is very low in this type of incident. You're falling. There are multiple impacts. I mean, if you just rebuild this in your head and watch how it went down, if you were in a vehicle, okay, you suddenly fall 128 feet and then hit the water, and there's one impact, and then once that happens, you then sink another 50 feet. And cars, they don't really float; they sink very quickly, even with the car doors shut and everything. The water comes in and the air goes out, and being 50 feet underwater is just there's very little. The pressure from the water on the outside makes it almost impossible to open a door or a window, and when you do open a door or a window, the rushing water in and everything else makes it is very disorienting, and it's very, very difficult to survive. That port is live streamed 24/7. It has that's why we have the video that we do have with. Let's see. Let's bring it up in. Let's take this one over. Oh, let's try this one. There we go. Let's back this up. I'm gonna scroll through and show this a little bit faster and the key points of the dolly when it came in contact with the bridge. So let's jump to camera 3 here. So what we have is this is at 123. The ship first enters the frame, and you can see it has full lights on. We're going a little faster than normal. But at 124 and about 30 seconds, it loses power. Just all at once, the lights go off. Everything on the bridge. All the lights on the side, the full power. And at that point, the tail starts to swing. Okay, you can see that the ship is sort of drifting. Its back end is sort of just swinging around. Lights come back on. It's still doing this sideways maneuver, which is causing the front to point at that pylon. We've got a big cloud of smoke, which might be restarting the engines and trying to get it to go in reverse, which even at full power, and then power goes off again right here. Power goes off, boom. And when power goes off, let's see if the engines stop smoking. No, the engines look like they're still trying to start them or restart them or something. Lights come back on again, so twice the power goes off. By this time, the ship is headed nearly straight at the pylon, and this is like a train. You can't stop a train, right? It's just once this motion is started, this boom. Oh my goodness! And then in real time, let's back up here. You can see the splash of the water from the impact. And immediately the bridge goes down. And it just, the way the bridge works, the whole thing sort of rests on each other. It shares the load and spreads the load out. And if you remove a link, the thing collapses. That's the way bridges work. But just like that, the bridge goes down. There's a little more motion. You can see the boat sort of has stopped in that position, but that all happened, and that was just before 1:30. So in the space of less than 6 minutes, it went from no problems with the lights on and the ship steering properly to the bridge down, and the entire thing collapsed. Just try to see at the point of the impact if we can see any cars entering the bridge. Let's see here. Let's back up. We're looking for headlights. So we have a semi leaving there. Car coming on, another car coming on. Driving through, they're now in the middle section. They make it across. Sorry, it jumped just a tiny bit. I'm not seeing any other lights from vehicles other than the construction crew that was doing the concrete repair there in this middle section. Just no traffic at all. So it's got to be that they managed to shut this down somehow. Oh my goodness! Every time. That is heartbreaking to watch. Going back to the live shot, looks like possibly raining up there. A little bit of water condensation on the camera as it's going around. This is the live view of the dolly under the bridge. It is terrifying how fast that happened. The ship lost power for 30 seconds. I haven't timed it, but that sounds about right. And it seems like there were 2 times that the lights went off on the ship. Now, the lights on the ship don't necessarily mean that the ship lost full power, but you might be able to assume that much. Going back to the police scanner to see what's happening live now.
Full Victor housing unit. Unique count sheets.
As you have already, but you really check the repo list and see if for this vehicle, I can give you the vehicle information whenever you're ready.
Kai Chief 31, clear, 77.
It's possible Mitsubishi Outlander. Everybody can call her on that.
I'm going to scroll back down to the time that this first occurred and listen to some of
What was the second one?
Listen to some of the first calls that came in over the scanner. Let's see, people have been working all through the night on this.
At Franklin Square facility, labor and delivery. Should have an appointment today. Okay, we'll be headed to the ER.
I'm right about, let's see, 123.
27-13 today. Sent to the suicide threat.
That's not it.
Box 7-7, engine ambulance 7 for an MVC. In the area 1015 Arncliffe Road, 1015 Arncliffe. Closer to Oroville and Kirby, 1 East, 129 out. Box 7-7, engine ambulance.
They have no subject information on here. For a hit and run with call the caller or call Baltimore City.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm going on an address looking for a suicidal person. 1142, it's not full.
Alright, everyone, there's no call. This is from Grassroots Crisis Center. 9.
Okay. Yeah, like I said, I mean,
We're trying to find the first call that came into 911.
11 to get the DOT for the hit and run.
210.
130.
Okay, 14 is clear. Hey.
Work, please.
Ambo 7 en route.
Ambo 7 en route.
113, get up.
131, still no calls yet.
Can you preempt me for an stop?
712, 714 for your 43. I know you were just out. 3 Sugar Plum Court off of Pepperwood Drive. It's going to be titled as a threat.
A Rossville at Janelle's Way with a silver and color Volkswagen Jetta, Florida registration.
714.
14, he was just trying to get some clothes.
Medic 12 clear.
Medic 12 clear.
133 a.m.
16-8, engine 16, first responder for medic 58. For trouble breathing. 8388 Old Philadelphia Road.
133.
Oh, 16-8, engine 16, first responder for medic 58.
12 direct.
I'm going through calls one at a time to listen for when the first 911 call went out.
It was a civil matter when I was there.
Okay, stand by. I'm going to switch your assignment. 16-8 box, trouble breathing.
We giving a Curry ride to a mail subject to
Just regular traffic here.
Station 16, station 58, can't shoot call for engines and medic 133 out.
Still 130.
Station 16.
Still 133. 134.
Alright, have the desk call grassroots so I get some info on who or the suicidal subject is.
That's not it.
Alright, 58 miles.
Medic.
Try to give 927's complaint.
Zoom up. Go.
134 still.
Medic 58, are you direct?
Dispatch recall on 958.
That's correct. Just making sure that you are direct on staying in service.
Negative. We're clearing station. Thank you.
Alrighty, 134.
Campus have arrived.
Cambo 7 arrived.
925, are we showing any previous here?
Zoom out, officer.
925 43, Central Road Police Service, 8775 Fontana Lane, 8775 Fontana, by service reported Gemini Court. Benson needs someone removed from the property. Subject's a black male. Where
136.
311, if you could start for teachers once you're done that drop off. Suspicious.
I see the most recent comment. The best name that we have is Cheyenne Lamp.
Sergeant Quinn.
136 still.
4746.
Careful.
I just can't hear. It's been like 10 minutes.
Be a great Jeep. Maryland registration 4, David Tom 3804.
I'm so happy with the truck. Hopefully.
Cheyenne, and what was the last?
Clear.
Age or...
He stops. Let's see if this is it.
Dispatch engine 71.
Go ahead, engine 71.
Can we have like a transport unit? Yeah.
Approximately 21. I'm working on getting the race and
we're still
Team
130.
just got information that the female's name is Cheyenne Lamp.
Right, 58 bucks, you're going to 7 question.
There's just like there's no notice whatsoever. I mean, it's almost 10 minutes after the bridge is down, and there's first call's at 140. Let's see.
Dispatch 71.
Go ahead, 71.
Apologize. The second patient now is refusing to be checked out. You can get it canceled. Second unit.
27.
27.
This 4613 up on tech. Continue anything from.
I'm with her. She's fine. She says she's suicide. 933, you clear Windsor.
Maybe primary on a suspicious condition, 76.
10 4, 1 1.
613, 927, out.
I'm not hearing the call go out.
Engine 55, go ahead.
Officer Sims, 3.
613 on direct. Would you like me to...
Cold water, unable to shut off the hot water, waiting on pretty maintenance to come over. And
I'll go ahead and send it over to 927 and clear you from the call.
Yeah.
25. Have a no available in squad for a suspicious person. 516 McFile Road off the.
This might be it. 141, 142 might be the first call.
Dash 20, engine 6. We're in standby. 303 Authority Drive.
That's it.
695 Brody Highway. Location pass in the center. Respond on the east talk crew 142.
Okay, so that at 1:41:58 a.m. on main dispatch, the call went out and sent people to that first address.
Dispatch 958, confirming you have a clearing station. It did an update on my FBT.
Hi, clear and in station. I'll make sure it shows that.
6700 security.
Okay, 142.
922 Fontana Lane.
Them, 26 were uplifted earlier, probably up on that call.
10-4. You want to start with that instead?
I'll take care of Fontana. I'm right around the corner, and then I'll head down there.
Litigate clear.
Litigate clear, 142.
Engine is en route.
Engine 6, I have you en route. Engine 6, they're requesting you to respond to the 303 Authority Drive. Cruise ship hit to the Key Bridge.
That's it. They say cruise ship to the Key Bridge. They're starting to send people. That's at 144.
I'm direct.
26, 728, 75 for your 43. 725 direct on the call.
4.
And the suspect's going to be a white male, 34 years old, wearing a...
Already headed off for 2A roll call anyway.
Engine 6 from dispatch. Okay, just be advised, they did just call. We're now going to start assignments, all of our boots and dive units and everything. So we're going to take you off this call and put you on another one. They're going to be heading that way as well.
Man, this is just, it's crazy to watch the calls come in here. Let's see, so that was at 145, going to...
Reported to be 13 workers in the water.
13 workers in the water was the initial report.
13, 911, 9 43, sent you a fight at...
EMS next to the bridge? Or did they strike the bridge?
That's correct. They hit the Key Bridge.
Engine 6 from EMS 1 or EMS 6. Reported 13 workers in the water. You may want to upgrade this to MCI.
EMS 6, we are currently getting together.
I guess if somebody hit the bridge, I don't know anything.
We're currently getting an assignment together.
Trying to re-dispatch it, and they would give me more information.
Yes, 6, we're currently up here working on getting like an water assignment started. We're trying to get all of our dive units, our boots, marine units, and everything heading down that way due to the 13 workers being in the water.
At that point, they don't know the bridge is gone. Let's see, that's E-stops. Let's see if anybody else has...
We're going to hit USAR 17 to come down as well.
It's going to be 6909.
That's 7 dispatch. You can go ahead and put me on that car.
Okay, EMS 7, I'll get you put on it as well as soon as they get dispatched. Okay,
No record for that or no.
856 to Fullerton. Can I get...
Dispatch, paramedic 13's clear, 218.
That's 732.
We have into 13. We're within row putting something together now, Tuesday, but you can remain in service.
Okay, thanks.
Any and all units call out for the open water rescue. Switch and operate on these fire for...
They switch to a tactical channel at that point.
25.
I'm going to read you these calls that are holding. There's no available units in either squad. First one is another Omega alarm at the same location, the Overly Senior Center, 4314 Fullerton Avenue. Then we had one commercial burglar alarm for Monye Hughes, Hazelwood Inn, 4937 Hazelwood. But the alarm company called back with proper code request.
Again, switch and operate on cities talk group fire 4. Time is 1:48.
I have HR getting ready to prepare. Is that okay for you?
11:42.
We're going to need folks for 3 vehicles to be ready.
I'm direct.
Rescue 6-23 Authority Drive.
Is the boss of the Jeep and the Honda?
Yeah, it's for the Infinity Jeep and Honda.
5510-8.
812, 813 sent you an unwanted person call at 2907 code.
Wow.
Engine 6, EMS 7, and EMS 6. If you're still in this talk group, they are operating on City Fire Channel 4.
I'm taking all Baltimore units or our battalion for you. I'll intercept with one of their 4.
Okay, see one of our units, the Q TAC 32.
That's correct. You are welcome. I'll go with Fire 4 and see what see that way. I want that call group communicating back to Baltimore City.
So now they switched to Tactical 3 channel.
And good to see you, command. Attention to already. What do we have dispatched so far?
6-20, so 435, so 438, so 417, Avenue 748. Met 26, Met 21. Rescue 3 authorities. Cross Street 695, Burning Highway, the bridge. On East off Stalker 150. About 6-20, so 435, so 438, so 417, dive unit 748. Met 26, Met 21. Water Rescue 303 Authority Drive, Cross Street 695, Burning Highway at the Key Bridge. Just respond on the East Talk Group 150.
As of right now, we've hit Swiftwater Team 35, 48, 17, Dive Unit 748, Met 26, and Met 21, and I'm about to add you to the call as well.
Yeah, direct. Go ahead and give me at least a medical strike team at this point.
That was at 151, and they've already got dive teams that are being dispatched.
County.
MRC, Baltimore County, Paramedic 12, requesting consult with Franklin Square, please.
Okay, direct, we'll keep working that and get them started as well. Okay, engine 16, Met 7, and, okay, Battalion 230, I just want to make sure you do know that it's the city who's handling the majority of this, correct?
That is correct. I just work here on our side and have everybody respond to Authority Drive where it's the location is.
Okay.
Baltimore City Battalion Chief 6, aircraft has been dispatched. You'll need to call our landline or at least know that this has been taken care of. If you want to stand by, let's talk to Fiscom. But you are on our main channel. If you switch over to 37, we'll handle it.
Medical Strike Team 6, 303 Authority Drive.
MS6, are you direct on that? That Battalion 231 wants you on our attack group 32.
Battalion 31, are you on 3-2?
Please call Franklin Square whenever.
We have units already on it. We got the call from the Coast Guard.
Tower 17, U-Star 17, Utility 17 en route.
Station 17, equipment 152.
Thank you for Franklin Square. City Battalion Chief 6 from EMRC. We already received phone calls if you want to call in, but it has been dispatched. We have multiple aircraft en route.
County 12224 Franklin.
Strike Team 6-20, Medic 6, Medic 15, Medic 9, Medic 58, Medic 8. Medical Strike Team requested. 303 Authority Drive. Cross Street, 695, Burning Highway at the Key Bridge. All units respond. One text 32 at this time, 32, 152. We'll Strike Team 6-20.
Franklin Square Online, do you need a position for orders?
Negative, this is going to be informational only. Baltimore County, Paramedic 12. Clean Master Facility, 64-year-old female, shortness.
Medicaid out.
31, be advised, Baltimore City is advising the higher edge into the water. County, that's nice. Everybody reporting on the drive there on our side of it. Just go ahead and start the PIF and see if we have any resources as far as anything available. Like
there were cars on this bridge.
Okay, I'm sorry. Baltimore County 12, en route, 64-year-old female. She was diagnosed with bronchitis and pneumonia and COPD last week.
Box 46-21, engine 18. No problem. 3801 Schneider Drive, Car Street, Marker Drive at a dead end.
9 is en route. Medic 9, I have you en route. 6 is en route. Paramedic 6, Medic 8, I'll have you all en route. Dispatch.
Alright, be advised, we just got a report that the cruise ship, when it lost steering, there were workers on the bridge, and there's an unknown amount of those workers in the water. But be advised, the The Key Bridge is gone. It's.
Whoa. Be advised, he just doesn't have words. He says the Key Bridge is gone. The Key Bridge is gone. Oh my goodness. That was just going back and replaying the audio that happened from this morning as the calls first came in. Local time, it's 8 o'clock in the morning. Sun has been up for about an hour, and we've got if you can look at the air traffic control. So we're watching that air traffic control. We've got all sorts of helicopters circling the area. Most of those are news. We also have some Blackhawks in the air as well that are doing some observation and direction of the work from above. So they're getting a top-down view of that. With the pictures we're seeing in the top left-hand corner, if you're looking at these are pictures that were provided. They were from the water. They were taken on the water. As you can see, it's a boat on the water right next to the bridge after the collapse. So you can see these are from crews that were on the scene that can show you just the full scope of the damage there. And we'll zoom in on that one for you so you can see what these look like. The pylon, the pylon you see there is about 130 feet tall, roughly. So that gives you a scope, a size comparison of what we're dealing with. And then you just have a tangled mess. That being the front of the ship, looking back towards the ship. Look at the huge chunk that's taken out of the front as it slammed into that cement pylon. That's looking down the ship from where it was headed. So I forget. I don't know the port, stern, bow. I don't know all those words. But then the pylon had actually struck. Looks like I think this is the one it struck. Nope, that's not the one it struck. That's the other one on the other side. Looking back, this is across basically from back where the construction workers were working, from that side on the ocean side of this bridge, looking back towards where the impact took place. That's right here. Then you can see just the span of the bridge that as it fell, it just dropped in the water. And then probably the most telling image right here is this. This is the dolly. That's the name of the ship right there, and the bridge just came crashing down on that. It looks like it's done some damage, some structural damage to the ship itself. The ship it looks like it's fully loaded, first of all, and it only rides about 10 feet above the bottom of the harbor. So if this crash has structurally compromised the ship sinking would only be 10 feet of difference from when it's at full float to when it's rested on the bottom, and that could severely complicate everything. But let's see, going back here to the actual collapse. We're watching that over and over. This was caught on a 24/7 monitor camera that monitors the bridge overnight. But emergency response, there must be something involved. There must be something. It seems so unlikely that just by happenstance there were no cars other than the construction crew on the bridge at the time. And we've got where there were 13 workers on the bridge doing construction repairs. The ship itself was piloted by a pilot. This is somebody who's licensed by the Port Authority to drive big ships into and out of the harbor. And they do this for the exact purpose of preventing damage. Right? They don't want a pilot who's inexperienced with the area to drive through and hit something. And so they did confirm that there were one, possibly two pilots on board this ship. These are people that they're not with the ship. They're not on the crew of the ship. They're not the captain of the ship. The captain doesn't even drive. The pilot takes over. And then, yes, it is a huge hole in the ship. The ship has definitely taken severe damage on the front end, on both sides, both the front and sort of on the side where the bridge fell on it. But the pilot was there, and if you watch the video all the way through, the security camera video in the top right-hand corner, there are a couple moments shortly before it strikes the bridge that it loses power. We're just using the facts that they've been. I've been up since way early this morning, following all the news reports and the press conferences. We're using the facts that they've given us, that they've told us at this time. We know that they change So we try to cover them as best we can. And like initially, when the call first came in, they thought it was a cruise ship. Okay, and clearly it's not a cruise ship; it's a cargo vessel. But electric signs on the bridge. Pilot may have got word out to close it. What surprises me is if they did, why did it take almost 8 minutes for a call to come into the police? Why did it take so long? Because if it went down at 1:29, why were we not getting calls or dispatch calls out until 1:44? Did the pilot have tugboats from the Port Authority helping guide the ship? I don't think it needs tugs. It does need a pilot. Oftentimes you'll have a pilot boat that goes with it, but it's not really a tug. And to understand, these boats are massive. They are so heavy. A tug, it would be a lot of work for a tug to steer this thing. Carmen does stuff. We know that there were apparently between 11 and 13 construction workers on the bridge, and what they don't know is if any other cars were on there right now. I don't have Coast Guard radio pulled up. I can go live with the Baltimore County to get the updates as that happens. Let's do that here.
9 is en route.
Medic 9, I have you en route.
6 is en route.
Paramedic 6, Medic 8, I'll have you all en route. Dispatch.
All right,
we're just re-listening to this last call, and then we'll go live.
Be advised, we just got a report that the cruise ship, when it lost steering, there were workers on the bridge, and there's an unknown amount of those workers in the water. But be advised, the key bridge is gone. It's
clear. And on the runway console, it's bridge island clear.
That's it. So I got a black Infinity, gray Jeep, and a white Honda.
Dispatch EMS4. I'm in round MI. Just 3-2 tied up.
Okay, EMS4 direct, I will put you on the call. Just to let you know, we have EMS7 and EMS6 going as well.
Swift Order 48 en route with 3.
Dispatch for Medic 8, we were monitoring the city channel there, advising that the key bridge is completely collapsed.
958 en route.
Key bridge is completely collapsed.
Dispatch from Engine 6, I can confirm the key bridge is collapsed.
Engine 6, I am absolutely direct on that. And dispatch to Battalion 31, ADO is currently working on any and all notifications to be made. And for resource-wise, you have all the county's swift water teams, the dive unit, and the METs from 26 and 21. Any request for a bus would have to be made through Baltimore City.
Officer Young. Officer Sherman.
Engine 18 are up.
Engine 18, your route time is 154.
42, it's a Jeep Wrangler.
Ambo 7 route to Bayview.
Ambo 7 en route to Bayview.
26.
Go ahead.
Can I get the number?
2020.
Dispatch from 7.
Go ahead.
Go ahead and go to for 20 and make notification to their Swift water teams as well as their helotechs for Heart.
For 7115 Halliburton on it.
Swift Water Team 35 en route to upgrade 48 to a full team.
13.
Swiftwater 35, I have you en route 155. And USAR 17, I'm direct. EMS 1, I'm direct. 155.
EMS 6 dispatch, go and put the trooper up as well for aerial surveillance and see if we have Baltimore County, see if we can get them up.
I'm direct.
Dispatch for Medic 6. Requesting permission to talk to my assets.
Hi.
6 for Medic 6.
You can stage. There's really nothing that we're going to be able to do.
Okay. Have a speed point for us.
I think Pete said for a stage out on a thumb drive. At this point, we see into the door. We can't see anybody moving out. It's a container ship. The bridge is on top of the container ship.
but there's nothing we're going to be able to do without a bus.
Dispatch, Medic 17, roll with you.
Agent 71 clear.
Engine 71 clear.
Okay.
Medic 16 at 203.
4. EMRC, Baltimore County Medic 55, requesting Franklin.
I'm direct. I have you en route and dispatch to Battalion Chief 31.
31.
Just be advised, Trooper 1 and Trooper 6 are already in the air.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Negative, Franklin Square. We patient information only at this time. Baltimore County Medic 55. I'm currently.
Met 21, Marine Unit 217 en route, staffing at 2, 1 rescue swimmer on board.
Met 21, I'm direct. I have you en route. 1 rescue swimmer 158.
269 is on 32.
Marine Unit 269 158.
Dispatch.
So we're hearing divers in the water before 2 o'clock.
Unable to get through 132, admin to the call.
Direct.
1 to Battalion 31. She's going to dispatch to assist. I'm en route. Okay, I'm direct. Can one of you get a hold of SOCOM?
Your message.
Add us to the box. I just talked to Battalion 1. We're going to respond to 3 authority drop.
Okay, go ahead and call out on that talk group.
Dispatch from 48, did you confirm that we were en route?
My apologies. We have you en route now. Battalion Harford County direct on the requests for any and all available units for this. And like I said, Trooper 1 and Trooper 6, they have already been in the air. We spoke with SysCom. They should be out there on scene on already.
Yeah, I'm direct. I'm trying to make my way through Trap Alley to get down to where Range 6 is. Everything's kind of jammed up here.
Traffic's going to be a nightmare.
200.
Find us going out to where our staging area should be. Also, any more resources for doing through Jasper Ralph, who is currently incident commander only, or myself when I arrive.
I'm direct.
Dive Unit 748 en route.
Dive Unit 748, I have you en route. Engine 16, what's your message?
En route.
I'm direct, sir. I have you en route.
Command from EMS 1, SysCom's direct on hospital notifications. I'm direct. Let me know what resources and what their census and how many people would experience their hospital when you arrive.
Battalion 31, where's the staging area?
For right now, it's going to be the turnaround underneath the viaduct, Good Authority Drive, and the loop underneath the bridge. The viaduct is still up. I'm on that place now. Battalion 31's arrived.
Okay.
Battalion 31, I have you arrived. 202.
Hey,
we were able to the water off.
Shell Ray.
The building 4,000. Utilizing the shutoff at 4,002.
Would he be allowed, permitted to talk to me if he called in
Responding for
on
a
the
motor
burner
vehicle
phone?
collision, 15304.
Harford County Special Ops 89 en route.
Harford County Special Ops 89 203.
Okay, so the people arriving on scene.
Utility 749.
Wow.
Boat 740 and 740 Alpha. Route on. Utility 749.
Okay, so now we're live.
Boat 740 and 740 Alpha. Route on set.
Cheryl Ray, I'd love to talk to him if he's able to call the burner phone. Exclamation point burner would give you the phone number where he could call direct if he's able to tell us a little bit about what it's like.
16 leaves with corner on the Russell Trade Drive, East 814.
There's the burner phone if he's able to call in, Cheryl Ray. What we know about the situation is the harbor underneath the bridge. We heard this from the press conference. I believe it was from somebody in charge of the harbor this morning. That the water underneath the bridge is about 50 feet deep. The draft on this ship, how deep it goes under the water, and we can see the part that's above the water, but the part that goes under the water is about 42 feet, right around there. So there's only a few feet, maybe 10 feet of clearance between the bottom of the boat and the ground. And so now with this, literally with the bridge on top of this boat and structural damage to the boat itself, it's very likely this boat is resting on the bottom. 10 feet is, is not a lot. The space between the bridge itself and the ground is about 100, or the surface of the water is about 128 feet. So it wouldn't look very different between when the boat's floating and when it's resting on the bottom, with it being that shallow underneath the bottom of the boat. Yeah, it sounds like the construction crews are the primary individuals that were on the bridge. Cheryl Ray, that's awesome. I appreciate that. We'd love to hear from somebody who's got that sort of experience up there as a pilot in that harbor. Yeah, so sinking, this ship sinking would not be going underwater. The majority of the ship would still be above water if it did sink. Man. Burner's ready. Yes, burner's ready. Ten feet is about 3 meters. Yeah, it's very shallow. That's one of the reasons why they have the pilots on these harbors. That a larger ship, the harbor, it's not deep enough. Naturally, it's not deep enough for these ships, so they have to dredge out a channel where they literally are, they dig the bottom deeper in that area, so they have a harbor lane. It's like a freeway lane, but it's only the only part of the harbor where it's deep enough and safe for the ship to travel and not get stuck on the ground. And can you full screen the collision? Yeah, we can pull that up. Just 1 second. Let's see, that's on camera 3. Oops, camera 2. Sorry. Okay, let me take me off of that. Okay, backing up, we're going to speed it up. I'm going to drag through this. So I've got a call coming in. Hang on.
Call from Christina.
Hey, Christina, this is Recovery Addict. How are you doing?
How are you? Good morning.
I'm doing well. Just terrible news, but
I know. So I've been trying to convince my father to call you all morning because he was a bridge inspector and a shipbuilder for 43 years. Yeah. So him and I have been texting all morning.
Yeah.
And I was asking him, okay, what's what? So I started with the bridge, and he said basically it failed the way he would think it would fail for something like this.
Right.
But basically it's an old bridge and a bad design. It was never meant to have ships this big hitting it.
Yeah, that's
is why it failed.
Wow. Yeah, it's terrible. It's terrible. The bridge itself was built in 1977. Okay, so it's as old as I am. Okay, so you can tell it needs some new parts because I do. My knees aren't where they used to be. The bridge supports. Think of the traffic, the increase in weight loads that have happened over that time. The cars have gotten heavier. There's more traffic, so I imagine that the total number of cars on the bridge has gone up. This bridge,
the size of cargo ships have increased.
Yes, and this one, I mean, it would barely clear on a good day if everything worked right. But exactly. But the bridge itself, there are videos that under high winds, when there's big storms in the area, it sways. It's so much that they close the bridge because it's not safe because of the movement of the bridge. So there's a lot of flex to it.
We have one state over from me in Rhode Island that they close all the time because it sways when it gets too windy. And that bridge is even taller than this one. It's steeper is really the better word. But then I asked him about the ship because we have it on video, and he says he doesn't think they lost power. He thinks the steering failed. And what they did when they turned the lights off is they turned them off because their lights cause reflection on the water, and they can't see. And they need to be able to see because their steering and nav isn't working.
Wow.
And then smoke was them trying to reverse, obviously.
Right.
Reversing 160,000 ton ship
is
not easy.
It's the speed those ships move, they don't cruise, right? They're not going to throw a wake you can surf behind. These boats are very heavy and moving, and to reverse it, it's like throwing a speeding train in reverse. Okay, is it really
Exactly.
is it gonna do anything? Probably not. But
No.
but they tried. It looks like.
Yes, they tried. I mean, you have to try, I guess. But unfortunately, there just wasn't enough time and space. And it was probably going to happen anyway.
What's interesting to me is as we watch this, go down one more time, the calls coming into 911 did not reach anybody until 1:44. That's the first time we had people getting dispatched to the scene, and they didn't know the bridge was down. They're like, oh, they've got something. There's somebody hit the bridge, but really, I mean, it's 1:30 in the mornings. Everyone's asleep, for the most part. I guess big cities never sleep, but yeah, just
my guess is they were reporting it to the Coast Guard or the port, and it just took that time for the port or the Coast Guard to call 911. This is just my wild speculation because, like you said, it's 1:30 in the morning. Anyone who witnessed it was probably on the bridge, sadly.
Yeah, and that's why we're searching for them.
Yeah, that water is so cold.
Yeah, just
This time of
terrible,
year.
just terrible. Thank you for the update. Thanks for the call. If you get more information, please do let us know. Appreciate it.
I will.
All right, we'll see you.
Bye, everyone.
Bye.
Bye.
We've got air traffic control over the area right now, looking at what's going on with the helicopters and the ships. Well, we'll look at the ships in just a minute. The ships are not going anywhere. They're stuck right where they are. Let's see, I'm trying to filter out while I talk. I'm trying to filter out the channel so we don't hear everything. It just doesn't.
Anything. Number 285, I have you en route. Truck 15, number 285.
106 marked up on the channel yet.
That's right, they were en route. Medic 106 from dispatch.
6 from rescue. Report to Fort Armistead Park, and we're all going to meet at the battalion chief vehicle, county battalion chief vehicle, and then we're going to get integrated into the unified command post over there. You're going to be there for the dive teams.
Do you have an access in any cardiac?
Trap, was that for me?
Yep, that's you, Fort Armistead Park.
Fort Emerson Park, direct.
Take him out back on the correct side.
Okay, so it looks like they've consolidated, and they're going to consolidate again as this command structure sort of solidifies, and they have a better plan. Usually, the larger, the bigger the plan is, the bigger the mass casualty incident is, the MCI is, the more they have oversight and bigger people. As feds are involved, so they can actually work together and not be working against each other and coordinate better. So they've changed their location for headquarters. So that park location that they just gave out was where they're going to be now, and that's going to be for the dive team specifically as well. All right, let's see what else we have going on here this morning. I'm trying to see, just want the tactical group.
Fort Emerson Park, direct.
Trying to see if there's some other responder channels that might have some additional traffic on this for you.
All right, K25.
025.
Yep, I just run back in outside port to grab the item you discussed. I'll be right back.
025.
There we go. Now it's let me sort.
Rescue recall.
Hi, hello, Captain Chilico.
Yes.
I know you guys are in transition right now, but did you get that updated list of our assets?
That's correct. I'm working on it on the way over.
Direct.
All right, K25.
Yep, I just go run back in outside port to grab the item you discussed. Be right back.
Okay, now we're just going to listen to the tactical calls.
Rescue recall.
Try to hold Captain Chilico.
Dead.
I know you guys are in transition.
Okay, we heard that one. All right. Shipping company Maersk released a statement on this. Maersk is one of the largest shipping companies in the world. Let's see. Owners and managers of the Singapore-flagged container ship Dali report that the vessel collided with one of the pillars of the Francis Scott Key Bridge, Baltimore, whilst under the pilotage of 2 pilots on board at approximately 1:30 local time on the 26th of March. All crew members, including 2 pilots, have been accounted for, and there are no reports of any injuries. There has also been no pollution. Whilst the exact cause of the incident is yet to be determined, the Dali is now mobilized its Qualified Individual Incident Response Service. The U.S. Coast Guard and local officials have been notified, and the owners and managers are fully cooperating with federal and state government agencies under an approved plan vessel information. Let's see. The Dali has a capacity of 10,000 TEU. Onboard units was 4,679 TEU. Are those 10,000? I don't know what that measurement is. What's a TEU? The crew, all Indian, 22 in total. Owner, Grace Ocean Private Ltd. Movement was outboard from Baltimore to Colombo. Maersk says, we're horrified by what's happened in Baltimore, and our thoughts are with all those affected. We can confirm that the container vessel Dali, operated by charter vessel company Synergy Group, is time chartered by Maersk and carrying Maersk customers' cargo. No Maersk crew or personnel were aboard the vessel. We're closely following the investigations conducted by the authorities and Synergy, and we'll do our utmost to help keep our customers informed.
Rescue to all units that are being relocated to Fort Armistead. Per command, per rescue, and per the dive master from the Maryland State Police, all of our units are going to meet up at the command post or command car from Baltimore County. Then we'll liaise with the unified command post, and then we'll be utilized as needed per the dive master. Direct? Net 21, 217, 219, you guys direct. Meet up with us, and then we'll deploy from there.
219 direct. 268 direct.
We're aware with you guys can take operations. It's so some units that are being moved over from the Fort Armistead.
All right.
So a 20-foot equivalent, that's one of those container ships or cargo containers, right? So it has 10,000 of those. It can hold 10,000 containers. That's a lot of containers. That's huge. Lots of Maryland people on the channel. We've got a lot of people up from PA as well. Let's go back to our 4 boxes. See, we're trying to find another video source. Give me just 1 minute here. Yeah, I thought we were going to talk about P. Diddy this morning, but instead, no. I literally was planning this morning to get up and pull the air traffic control and show P. Diddy's plane how it zipped off to the Caribbean right when his houses got searched. But so I got up early this morning. This is what I heard instead. So TEU is 20-foot equivalent of unit, measure of volume in units of 20-foot long containers. Large container ships transport more than 18,000 and can even carry more than 21,000. So this had 4,600 of those 20-foot box containers on it. So if the ship loses power, they lose steering too. The ships operate mechanically. They're not steered by a guy who's controlling the rudder physically. So if the ship loses power, it can no longer change direction or control its thrust. You missed the P. Diddy story. That was the other big story overnight. Yesterday afternoon, P. Diddy's homes in, I think, Florida and California got raided simultaneously. Not sure exactly why. There's a lot of hush-hush about it, but the speculation is rampant. And then his plane did leave the country, and we're not sure if he was on it or not. The ship direct is actually smaller on the cargo vessel side of things. It's still massive. I guess it's probably like half the size of what the largest ones could be. If it can hold 10,000, the largest ones can be over 20,000. Italian rum cake. If we watch the video in the top left-hand corner, I'm going to go back and let's see. That's going to be camera 3 for me. Let me go back and show you this. All we know, if we back up, the ship came into the scene about 1:23, 1:24. We have lights out right here. Okay, so lights out. Lights back on. Still no significant change of like smokestack type stuff. The exhaust is right here is where it starts. Exhaust kicks in. The ship starts turning pretty hard. 126.30. Lights out again. Smokestack still billowing. 127. 128. Lights back on. 129. Right here, this moment of impact. That's not water. That's not water spraying. This is like concrete and metal and just debris that have been from the impact of the boat. It's terrible. It's terrible. It did sort of turn into the piling towards the end. It was headed to Sri Lanka. Yes, this is the only way to get through. The port of Baltimore is now completely blocked for large vessels. Small boats like personal boats and things like that probably can get through just fine on the sides where it's not nearly as deep. But the major part where the bridge collapsed, no boats will be going through there. Colby, sadly, I have not heard of survivors at this point. I don't know if we have any. I know the number of missing seems to be going down, but I don't know if they're recovering bodies or if they're recovering individuals alive. Natalie O, thank you for the gifted membership. I appreciate that. Construction workers primarily were on the bridge, so between 11 and 13 construction workers when it went down. Some of the other images in the top right-hand corner of this incident from the water. You see the bridge in the water. This view is looking down the front of the ship. If the ship were driving towards you, this is how it looks now. Just the whole front, the nose of that ship is just destroyed.
Utility 507 from Brush 506.
Go ahead.
Do you need relief over there?
Stand by.
These are the cement pylons. Yo, Mama, thank you very much for gifting 5 memberships this morning. Is it a toll bridge, Gypsy Moon? If it's a toll bridge, they definitely should have cameras.
506 and 507 negative.
Appreciate it, thanks.
Two people pulled from the water, one in critical condition, one without injuries. Rescued one person who refused medical attention and one person who was in serious condition. So 2 survivors so far. Mallory, welcome. Good to have you here in blue and green. It is a toll bridge.
Here now.
Okay.
Imagine in the days and weeks to come, the question of the bridge safety and why. I mean, no bridge is built to collapse. Is built to take a blow like that. That's like a huge bulldozer slamming into the base. But the questions about the bridge's safety and how quickly the whole thing collapsed, that's definitely going to be brought up. All they can do is try to change course. And we don't know, there may be pilot error involved. I mean, that's always a possibility as well. Cargo ships for foreseeable future will be redirected to either New York Port or Savannah Port. We'll put an extra load on them. But this was a part of the Beltway around Baltimore, and so it's gonna impact traffic in that area for quite a while. I think it says they had about 47,000 cars a day that cross this, over 11 million a year. The bridge is 47 years old. Angela, it wasn't so much the speed of the impact as it was the colossal just the amount of weight and momentum that collided. No bridge can take an out-of-control cargo ship.
From safety 3.
Talia, bus stop juror. This whole situation is so incredibly sad. Prayers and good vibes to all involved. Thank you very much. Thanks for 4 months of support as well, Talia. One of the great bus stop jurors here. Baltimore quickly renamed the Beltway to the Horseshoe.
From safety 3.
Good.
Did you call my cell phone?
We don't know yet exactly what happened. That investigation might take weeks or even months to get all the details on. Liz says, my parents take this bridge every morning. I reached out to my mom to make sure she knew and planned alternate routes for her and my dad.
Good.
Can you come up on the ADO talker, please?
CB says, just waking up to this tragedy. I'm in Minneapolis, Minnesota. I'll never forget when the I-35 bridge collapsed. My heart goes out to all affected. Jedi Jen, a lot of people have said that. It looks like they tried to throw it in reverse to slow down or stop the ship's movement. But it's like trying to stop a train. Aaron Olivia, wow, this is crazy. Thanks for sharing this info. Thank you, Aaron. Glad to help in any way that we can. Bridges and major shipping lanes usually have big protective pillars built around the supports to prevent this kind of collapse. If we go back and watch the, let's go back to the $3 here. If we go back and watch the video here in the big screen, the larger of the images, the point of impact that's first detectable is the nose of the ship, which protrudes well above the base of the ship hitting the water. So check this out. We've got, let's see right here. Boom. So right here is the first impact up high. And it looks like it knocked a pylon over. It looks like it just broke a pylon. You see that little space dropping? Boom.
Utility 749.
Falls in the water.
Boat 740 and 740 Alpha out at Port Armistead.
842.
We don't know about the warning. All we know is there was construction crews on the bridge at the time, so they most likely did not get the message in time. The ship was trying to get out to open water. At least that was the shipping plan. Let's see if we can get an update here. Okay. I thought the next update's going to be in 45 minutes as far as press conference goes.
Company 74 units from Rescue Branch.
Chili 749, go ahead.
All right, give me a rundown of your units, both land and boats. How many divers and what units are going to be on?
We've got dive unit 748. 7 divers. We have utility 749, boat 740, boat 740 Alpha, and utility 747.
Copy, direct. Company 21, Met 21. Can you give me the assets that you're taking over to Port Armistead? How many personnel? How many divers?
To accept, press 1. To send a voice.
Hey, this is Scott. How are you doing?
Hey, good. How are you?
I'm doing well. Who am I speaking with again?
748. We are about 5 minutes out from
I'm
Port
going to turn down
Armistead. 7 divers, approximately 5 support.
I'm going to turn down the
748.
the scanner really quickly.
No, you're fine.
What are you calling from the area?
No.
What?
I'm just looking at it and I'm like thinking, I just have a question.
Mm-hmm.
So is it has nothing to do with how big, it's a big ass boat going through there,
It's big.
right?
Yes.
Okay. The height of that ship, we're calling it a ship. What kind of a ship is it?
It's a cargo ship, and it would have cleared. If it was in the right channel, it would have cleared just fine. But the problem was it, for some reason, it veered from the channel and struck the pylon instead of going between the space in the bridge where it was supposed to go.
Yeah, but even so, it seems like it would be a close call. Like, how many cargo ships do that? You know,
a lot.
On a day-to-day basis.
This is one of the top 10 busiest ports in the United States. They have a ton of these types of ships that go in and out, and they fit barely, but they fit. That you have to look at if you look in the middle of that bridge.
They fit in between.
In between.
So like what he hit was the pylon, is what you're saying?
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. If it was in the middle.
So they're supposed to go in between the two pylons.
Yes, and
correct?
It's 128 feet between the road and the water. That's up and down. That's how much space there is up and down. And so you've got what, like 600 yards or something. It's a huge space between width-wise. So width-wise, there's plenty of room for the boat to go through.
But how tall is that boat?
It wouldn't be a problem. The height of the boat was fine. The only problem was that it struck the pylon. So people in the area say this is normal. The ships come in all the time. They have pilots from the harbor that drive the ships.
And this
through.
one just happened to just, holy shit. Anyway, pray.
Yep.
Thank you. Love you
all right,
guys.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
We'll see you. Bye. Yeah, this is for those that aren't familiar with the harbor and how it works. This is normal. This is quite normal. It's amazing to watch if you get a chance to look at this. Thanks, Lee. If you get a chance to watch this, it's pretty incredible. Anytime you watch machines of this size working, it's amazing what they can pull off. Had this steering not been a problem, or had the ship piloted itself down the center of that corridor, this wouldn't be on the news. This happens every day, every week, and it's happened for years. But there were two professional pilots. What they call them a pilot, even though they're a captain of a ship. They're not up in the air. They're on the ship. They get on the ship and physically take control of the ship to guide it into and out of the harbor. And they had two of them on the ship at this time when this happened. So I imagine we'll get some information from them through the harbor master. Mechanical error. It's early to tell. That there may have been some reports that they were having trouble with something on the ship. That's probably where it came from. Do the ships always go in center of the bridge, or was the ship aiming for the left channel? Yes, they would go in the center of this one. You can see if we look at the, let's go over here on this. If we lose our air traffic control and instead go over to the ship. Oops, that's not it. Here we go. This is the path the ship took. Let's go here. This is the path the ship took. It was up here at the dock, and it left the dock and piloted down the river here to the bridge. If we zoom in on the bridge, you're going to see, come on, refresh. Need it to go live. It should show us that there are actually some buoys and markers that mark this channel. And that's for everybody to show where the deepest part of this channel is, where the boats go in and out. Let's see, tracks. Let's close this down. Oh, I'm in the replay. That's why. Okay, here we go. So see these red marks on the screen? There's one up here, navigational aid, position received via satellite. Navigational aid, position received via satellite, navigational aid. Another one over here. There may be one on the bridge right here. Oh, there it is, underneath where the boat was. And there's also one over there. So between these 6 red dots is the deepest part of the channel. That's where it would be going through. The harbor master, I believe it's the harbor master, said that the bridge, underneath the bridge there, the water is like 52 feet deep, roughly. And that boat itself, when it's on the water, has about 40 some odd feet of ship submerged. So it only has about 10 feet of space between the bottom of the boat and the ground underneath on the bottom of the water. So hang on here. Let's go back to this one. Let's bring back our air traffic control here. And we're going to go back and listen to some additional calls from the police here as it's going on.
We are about 5 minutes out from Port Armistead, 7 divers, approximately 5 support.
It's Company 74. I'm looking for Company 21. Marine Unit 217, 219, and any support unit that's going with 21 to support the dive and rescue operations. Want to know what units will be at Port Armistead and how many personnel and how many divers you have on each unit.
Rescue from Marine Command. Marine Unit 268 is going to be en route with 3 city divers. Marine Unit 269 will have 1 city diver.
Okay, and how many of your members are on each boat?
2 and 2.
All right. 21 Bowley's Quarters, units 217, 219. I just need a head count and how many units you have going over to Port Armistead.
Stand by. We're trying to get into dock now. I'll advise momentarily.
See, thanks. Command from rescue. Do we still have a safety officer over here at the command post? Safety 3 from rescue.
And 748 arrived at Port Armistead.
Aerobatic
48, say 48.
Flight 106 arrived at Port Armistead.
848.
269 from 268. Marine Unit 269 from 268. 269, switch to City Fire Ground 4. We'll answer her phone. I'll give her a shout.
Alright.
Eliza.
214 and boat 216 arrived at Port Armistead.
852.
Okay, command from Met 21.
Good for rescue.
Sorry, rescue. This is Met 21. We have 2 personnel from Met 21 on 217, 2 personnel on 219, an operator in boat on 216, and I have 1 member from 6 Truck Baltimore City.
Copy direct on that. Okay, so all units in the county, we do have a injured crew member on board the vessel. It's reported to be an eye injury. The Coast Guard is going to take care of getting that member down to us. But in here in just a second, we are going to deploy a Marine asset from the county side over there. City Department is aware, and it'll be a city medic unit to transport.
Chief, 217 standing by.
Okay, so that's
the out of our county units, Team 7.
That's the first news we've heard of somebody being injured on the boat itself. It's an eye injury. Looking for some live feeds we can bring you of the area right now.
to the vessel. As soon as we get word from the Coast Guard, I'll let you know what side where the Coast Guard is going to meet you.
We're direct, en route.
Going to be transporting that patient back to Fort Armistead.
Received.
The Dolly can carry 10,000 containers. It only had 4,600 some odd on board at this time, so it could have had a lot more. It's possible it only had that many so it could fit under this bridge. Don't know. Trying to find the best positioning for these. The latest view of the cameras as the sun is now up. It's clear to see just how much devastation there is. That whole section part of that bridge is gone. Definite investigation here. I'm sure those pilots. I'm not sure. We don't know if they'll lose their license. I mean, if you've got a mechanical failure, you've got a mechanical failure, and if they follow the proper procedures and everything that they should have, it's possible that what they did actually saved lives. So we'll see that might come out in the time. If two pilots get on to get it under the bridge and on its way, how do two pilots get off? These cargo ships, it's sort of funny to watch. The ships have a little door on the side, and they'll have a little, it looks like a rope ladder. If you watch this process, it looks scary. It'll all get out. But they've got a little rope ladder, and they will, a little pilot boat, which is sort of, a big, powerful boat equipped with all the needs that they have to do rescues and things like that as well, to tow, will come out and it will pull up alongside the boat, and the pilot will climb up the ladder and into the little port on the other boat, and they'll go up to the cabin, and they'll take over, and they'll control the ship as it leaves the harbor. And then once it's left the harbor and they don't need to be on the boat, they don't need to pilot anymore, then the little taxi boat pulls up alongside again. The guy climbs back down the ladder, gets on the boat, and goes back into the harbor.
Let me know when you guys make it over to the vessel.
Copy. We're underway at this time. I'm going to stage at the stern and advise.
Maryland Transportation Secretary Paul Widefield, he's the guy we heard on the press release early this morning. There were two pilots on board the ship, according to Maersk, who was the world's largest shipping company. And this boat was operating under license sort of through them. Never heard of a ship being called the Aggressor before. This happened at 1:30. How is this still considered breaking news? Only because information takes so much time to gather, and it's still developing. There's still divers in the water looking for survivors. There's still divers in the water looking for the lost. They're still recovering. They'll be recovering cars and vehicles, from this for a while. And then, of course, you'll have the cleanup. This is going to be
Rescue
impacting.
from 217. We're in position at the stern. Just advise port side to starboard.
I'm talking on the phone with him right now.
Just advise port side to starboard. Let's see. Let's see if we can see what. If there's somebody over. Come on. Yeah, we're not seeing any. We're not seeing any Coast Guard helicopters. We did hear the Coast Guard is going to be taking that one individual who had an eye injury off the boat, off the ship. So they're going to either have him climb down or grab him with a helicopter. I don't see any helicopters in the air. Let's go back over to the ship. Let's see, live on the ship. Let's see here. Sorry for the commercials, guys. Apparently it's March Madness. I'll leave the B&H photo up because I like them. All right, who else is in the water here? We've got a Coast Guard right here, the Chandlery Dock. Couple Coast Guard ships right around here. Not seeing anybody right next to the boat. This is fairly live. That's what I'm saying. This is a live position of ships in the area. See this ship right here, this the Fartra Nari, a bulk carrier, is just inside the bridge. It's not going to be moving anywhere until this gets fixed. There's a rescue boat right here. Rescue boat's able to go underneath this portion of the bridge. And small boats can do that, but larger tankers will not be able to. Marine 3, there's another rescue. Tugs and Special Craft. Marine 2. Lots of assets in the area. See if I can find this. Let's see.
Rescue from group water.
The video in the bottom right-hand corner.
Copy that. Was that 268 or 269?
Is the same view.
268, Marine Group.
It's the same camera that captured
I'm on
this
the phone right
impact
now with
before.
the command center from Coast Guard.
Okay. We just want to get on the VHF and figure out what side of the vessel they're on.
Angelica, what's your location?
I'm walking through this command post now.
You can see lots of those blue lights flashing. We've got searchlight on the water there. This is shortly after the incident happened. Go back to live here. All right. Oh, my goodness. All right. What we're going to do here is we're going to wrap this up. We have additional plans for today, which involve court, but court doesn't start until about 12:30.
Yeah, go ahead and on VHF 13, and you can coordinate on that channel. And then they said if that doesn't work, you'll VHF 16.
All right, 217. Want to talk to them? Copy. Just let me know what you're running when your guys are going to be back on your way.
All right, 360. We're going to attempt Harbor High, but I'll advise if that changes.
Copy, thanks.
Rescue from safety today. Also, be on the lookout for the Maryland Natural Resource Tagger out there. Also, I'm going to help you too. I believe we're going to be with the Starboard.
So what we're going to do is we're going to wrap up. We're going to wrap up this live stream, and
106.
We'll keep monitoring. We'll have an update for you when we start following court, which will be about noon
You will
Eastern
be
time.
transporting the injured member, so go ahead and prepare to transport.
It's wild to see the bridge gone. It's crazy.
Should be an eye injury. Have information before you leave. We'll be transporting to Hopkins.
Click it or ticket. It was under construction. There was some cement work going on the surface, but it was also in use. So it was sort of one of those one lane shut down for repair situations. People are just waking up to this. This will be affecting traffic for months. It will be affecting ship traffic probably for weeks as they try to get this cleared up and get those lanes reopened. I would be surprised if it took more than a couple days to recover any individuals whose lives were lost here. That's going to be the first priority. Once they recover, once it switches from a rescue operation to just a recovery operation, and then the cleanup, the actual cleanup. Believe it or not, they've got other big ships, other equipment that can come in here and can pick up these chunks as they basically they'll have to cut it open, cut it to pieces, and lift it up and haul it out, and then they'll be able to start talking about rebuilding. How long does it take to build a bridge these days? Depends on the technique. It depends on the type of bridge. Some certain kinds of bridges with smaller spans can be assembled very, very quickly. But imagine a lot of thought will go into this, especially considering the fact that this is a major thoroughfare, and that it probably needed a big upgrade from what they had existing. So
268 radio.
11 million people a year cross that bridge. K-Rab, the traffic had just cleared off the bridge when the strike occurs. As you're watching the top left-hand corner, it was just a minute or two before then. There were semis and things going across the bridge. Amber, what happened was a huge cargo container, the Dolly, which you see in the top right-hand corner. It had left port and was under the guidance of two pilots, harbor pilots, which is how ships leave the harbor. So people who work in the harbor are steering the ship, and we think that there may be some power loss issues because the lights went off on the ship, the steering sort of went wonky, and it sort of turned and veered into the pylon. When it struck the pylon, the bridge immediately collapsed, and part of that bridge fell on the ship. I believe I would be surprised if the ship is still floating. I believe it's probably grounded and possibly might be need to be salvaged. So I don't think they're going to build the same type of bridge. I think the new one they build won't sway in the wind. Won't have to be closed under windy conditions.
317.
And it will probably be able to handle more.
Unsuccessful contact on VHF. We're at the starboard side rope ladder waiting.
All right, let me try to get them on 13, and if not, you can. We'll try to get them on 16. Stand by.
Okay, so they're talking about VHF frequencies for the boat. They've got to the Coast Guard at the starboard rope ladder. That's what I told you about. They get on and off the ship by a rope ladder, a little port in the door. They open a little door halfway up and climb down a rope ladder onto the boat. So they're waiting, but there's no response from the boat right now. It's still afloat with the wreckage on its bow. The reason why I say that is there's only 10 feet of difference between it being afloat and it being grounded. and it looks like it has some pretty substantial damage. If you look at this image right here, it looks like there's some pretty substantial damage with a seam just wide open on this, and the weight of the bridge as well is significant, I think. So it could have pushed that ship down a little bit. Why do I know so much about boats? Because I watch YouTube nonstop. I was literally last night. I was watching pilot ships drive pilots to the boat and climb on and climb off and pilot them in and out. I was before this had even happened. I'm just like this. That's just one of the things that's on my feed. Here's an incredible picture. It was taken by crews there on the water shortly after this happened overnight. The boat has different baffles and things in it. It's not like it's one big long tub, and once a hole sprung in it, the whole thing sinks. There are different sections. So there's an area that could be sectioned, could be flooded, but the boat might still float. Oh man, Wendy, I'm so sorry. Or is the person you want on your trivia team? It is weird. I do watch YouTube. All right, we're gonna wrap it up here. There's I wanted to cover this because initially there wasn't a lot of coverage on it.
You're to report to Fort Armistead Park. You were to replace Medic 106, who's now going to be trained by a patient. Your assignment there will be to support the dev operations.
We're direct. We're in route.
Okay, 912.
Yeah, we're gonna, now that there are plenty of options to stay up to date on this. I don't think you need my services anymore. We're gonna get ready. We're gonna have a break.
Coast Guard advises starboard side.
Starboard side.
Receive, standing by, starboard side, rope ladder.
They're trying to get this guy with the eye injury off the ship. It's the one injury on that boat. Anyway, we're going to go ahead and bail on this, and I'll be back on live when our court in Arizona starts this afternoon. It starts at 8:30 Pacific time, which I think is right around noon 30 Eastern time. So there is a presser in just a few minutes. It's like 15 minutes. Should we stick around for that? I have to eat my sandwich. I've got cold eggs and toast that I'm trying to get down. Courtney B., thank you very much. West Coast is just waking up. We'll stick around for just a little bit. Let me show you what we have going on our little 4 boxes. I'm trying to show you all this information at once. Okay, let's see. In the top left-hand corner, this is a replay from about 1:30 last night. This was, if you look on the left-hand side of the screen, the top left-hand corner, the image you're seeing is the boat, the Dolly, out of Singapore, which is a huge container ship built to handle about 10,000 containers. Is just entering the scene. It's left the harbor. It's flipped around, and it's driving under the guidance of experienced pilots from the harbor, and they're steering it towards the center gap of the bridge. That's the deepest part of the channel where it can exit underneath the bridge safely, and that's designed. Everything is going normally right here. As it progresses on, you're going to see the lights on the boat turn off and turn back on a couple times. There's one point you're going to see a big puff of smoke, of exhaust out of the smokestack. We believe that is them trying to put the boat in reverse to stop the collision or lessen the impact. But the boat ends up veering to its right, which is your left, and hitting that pylon. In the bottom right-hand corner is the same camera, live shot of how things ended up after the collision, where the bridge literally fell on the boat. Then the nose of the boat, if you look at that, the nose of the boat looks lower. It looks like the nose of the boat is grounded under the weight of the bridge. Like it's not moving, it's not shifting at all. Interesting. But the top right-hand corner, these are some of the pictures that were taken by crews on the water shortly after the event happened. You can see the bridge in the water. It's supposed to be 128 feet above it. This is looking straight down on the nose of the boat. You can see the major damage sustained as it just hit that pylon on that front right side. I think that's starboard. The pylon on the other side, where everything collapsed as well. Just additional sections just completely underwater. About 50 feet water depth here. There's a view down the most of the span looking at all the damage. Catherine Carroll, welcome to the gallery. Great to have you here. Ween Baby, my family down there is either retired or works from home. He works up in the area. Nova says, I feel our chat is half Maryland. We have a lot of people from that area, from the East Coast on here. 2 people are rescued and the Coast Guard is searching for at least 7 more. They're also about to take one of the crew members off the boat. We're not sure if it's one of the pilots or one of the crew members off the boat who had sustained an eye injury during this crash. The water was, I think, about 47 degrees, which is very chilly.
Rescue from safety.
Yeah, legal advices might cover the maritime law. We might have an admiralty court issue.
I have Customs and Border Patrol. They said if you could just take a picture of the member or the patient's passport, and if you could send that to me.
Copy.
So Customs Border Patrol are talking about the patient that they're taking off the boat. The crew is based out of Singapore. So I think it's 22 members, all from Singapore. And because they've got one with an injury, they're taking him to the hospital. Customs wants to know who it is, and so they're getting passport information from him. Do we know how many vehicles came off the bridge? I believe the only vehicles on the bridge were construction workers. And they say 11 to 13 individuals. I think they're still looking for 7. It is a ship, not a boat. They were engaged in shipping, not boating. Sim, thank you very much. Look at that. Look at that view. See how the nose is sunk on the ship in the bottom right-hand corner? I think it's grounded there. I really think that ship is firmly in place and probably taking on water if it hasn't already filled. You've just look at the incline of the cargo, and the scary part about this is depending on the damage and how, if they're able to limit the amount of water that comes on and where it goes, it's possible that the ship could shift as it loses air, loses the ability to right itself or just to stay upright. And you've got all these containers, which it might make a massive cleanup.
We figured to have it for our people on this side with where you guys are doing operations.
Yeah.
So is that the prow of the ship, or is it the prow of ships have bows, people have noses. I can tell you what I don't have, Steve. I don't have a boat.
Rescue from 17. We received the subject, right respiratory consideration, right respiratory.
You've got cargo containers that have spilled and are leaning precariously there on the front. I think what you saw was cement being pulverized and crashing into the water. So they struck that pylon. A part of it broke and fell into the water, and then the ship collided, just continued to collide with it. So each container is about 2,000 to 2,500 cubic feet, and they have 4,600 of them on there. High and low tide could be a factor. It could be enough to cause the ship to
If not, I can
shift.
get the master of the vessel, or whoever has the paperwork, to send a message to CBP, so they just are keeping accountability.
No passport. He does have shore ID, so we'll remember him.
Curious how they get the bridge off the bow. I wonder if they'll just pull it backwards and let it fall into the water. They're probably going to remove everything that could fall first. So if they have the ability to, because on the upstream side, on the harbor side of this bridge, any resources that they use are going to have to pretty much already be there, because you can't get, without clearing up the debris, you can't get more stuff up there. The whole path is blocked. So any big crane, lift ships, things like that are going to have to already be there, and they probably already have equipment that can handle that.
Command, you copy that? Do we need to get a copy of his passport?
Customs and Border Patrol wants a copy of that. If you could send that to me, that'd be great. And secondly, I just confirmed with the Coast Guard that they said it was a wrist injury, so this is the same patient. They said it's only one patient.
Copy direct. I'm going to ask the vessel to get his paperwork together, and then have one of the Coast Guard members that is boarded to send that message to them.
All right. 53 to rescue. Are you going to take the patient to the Armistead side?
Armistead, and they'll be transported via Medic 106.
All right.
Keep an eye out for this press conference. That's not it. Yes, we do have flight paths over here. Those circles that look like a bullseye. Those are the news helicopters circling the area and watching. Was full moon last night? I think it was. We have heard that there were some popping noises, some steel popping noises initially on scene. Not sure if that's continued. Full moon always means trouble. Mom of 10 says, I get up early thinking I won't miss anything, and you started 3 hours ago. Sorry. I waited till like 6 o'clock to go live, if that's any consolation. Let's see. 6:30 almost. It is one of the largest ports in America. I think it's ranked at like number 7 in the top 10. Somebody can correct me if I'm off by a number or two. We are going to have a late start today because the trial we're following today is out of Arizona, and they're on Pacific time. They start at 8:30 their time, which I believe is like 12:30 Eastern time. And then we're going to be working late because they go late into the night for the rest of us. Mom of 10 is being called an accident, although the whole investigation is going to take place. They're going to look into everything. There's no indication at this point there was anything intentional to this incident. Haley's Comet says, good morning. I'll get some coffee. RA, you're going to need it for trial coverage. It would be Mountain Dew, but yeah. Okay. There's our rescue chopper. Let's see. We're right at the point where the impact occurs in the top left-hand corner. Again, we're going to take this full screen so you can watch that. Within about 40 seconds away from it. Boom. Man. It's terrible. Yeah, that ship is definitely grounded on the nose. Sorry, on the prow or the bow. Yes, ships are very, very high tech. I'm sure they're going to have recordings of all sorts of things that happen in there. I'm not sure if it's called a black box, but there's going to be plenty of information. These things are not low tech, and anything that has a little technology built into it has a log, and all of that can be gone through. Casualties are unknown. We might have an update here at 9:30, which isn't happening in just a minute. Let me see if we can bring that to you here. The Maryland governor is going to speak here in just a minute as well, possibly during this press conference. Still no confirmed fatalities. They did rescue 2 people from the water. As soon as it cuts to a press conference, we'll bring the audio in as well.
was likely mechanical error, not user error.
Well, that's what it sounds like, but there'll be a very thorough investigation. And the real question would be, why, if this is the case, why did the ship lose electrical power? So why did that happen? That's not supposed to happen. So was there a human error involved in that?
And what kind of clues, Robert, might we get from both the ship itself and the surviving crew members?
We got a lot of clues. Certainly, with the surviving crew, they're going to be able to give their firsthand account of it. There's a voyage data recorder which records a lot of parameters of the ship, like the rudder angle and the propulsion of the ship. We'll have the voyage data recorder also records audio, just like it would a cockpit voice recorder on a jetliner. So there'll be a lot of firsthand account of what happened here and what the crew was experiencing.
And Robert, we've been showing our viewers this really dramatic video all morning. You see this massive bridge coming down in just a matter of seconds. So I have to ask you about, the question of infrastructure here. Should a bridge like this have been capable of withstanding a strike like that?
Well, I think when you're talking about a ship that has as much mass as this ship does, it would be physically impossible to keep it from to design a bridge so that it can withstand that sort of a hit.
So, Robert, which agency now is going to be leading the investigation into the official cause? What are the next steps here?
So it will be the investigation will be conducted by both the NTSB and the Coast Guard. Which of those will lead? That's up to them to decide. If I had to guess right now, I would say that I suspect the NTSB will be the lead agency with the Coast Guard helping the NTSB.
Okay, Robert Sumwalt, thanks so much for your time and your perspective. We appreciate this. And we're also waiting to hear from officials live in Baltimore this hour. You can see our crews are set up. They're waiting for this to happen. We will, of course, take you there live as soon as it begins. To some other news we're following this hour, President
All right, I think I finished my breakfast. Thank you for the little break. All right, we'll keep an eye on the press conference for when that happens. Let's see. Let me pull up another channel here. Yeah, we nixed the political stuff right away. Okay, I'm sorry, I'm watching a couple channels. I'll bring channel in as soon as we have video of the press conference. Look at these pictures from the water. This is just incredible. The images, the perspective right there on scene of the bridge being down in the water is just wow, it's mind-boggling. It's going to be 11:30 Eastern time. Okay. just keeping an eye on the site for the press conference. You can see there's a lot of news there already.
We've already been talking to him, but had him on the air this morning, right? For anyone's crew or his.
Brett.
All right. No, tide is coming in right now. So imagine high tide is soon. It was coming in when it first happened.
Can you tip my mic down? It's the black one in the corner that's pointing straight up. Can you just tip it down a little closer to the governor? No, closer to me. Yeah, that one, yeah. No, not that one. Yeah, that one, yeah.
Tip my mic down. I'll take it. Lots of people out here waiting for this press conference. Said stand by. We might be close here. Yeah, the bridge does not shift. The boats just go underneath. It's not a moving bridge. It's not a drawbridge of any type. It's not a swing bridge.
They should be approaching the podium here just shortly. Just to give you an idea of what we're seeing out here, you can see this collision. You can see the bridge, portions of it in the water, the container as well, the ship that is, and rescue crews are concentrated over that area while we're out here. We're seeing the helicopter.
The presser is about 9 minutes late right now, so any moment now they're going to step up. We expect the governor to be here to speak on this as well this morning. It is a truss bridge.
As far as survivors, they did tell us that 2 people were actually pulled earlier. One person was seriously injured. The other person somehow managed to walk away and denied treatment actually at the time. Now, the last check we have is
just hear tons of reporters in the background giving updates, live hits.
We are actually hoping to ask some of those questions right now.
Nikki, it was seconds. If you watch in the big picture here, this was about 1:29, 1:30 roughly in the morning when the ship struck the support, and it was just seconds until the entire bridge was down. Trail starts at 11:30, so we'll have a little break and we'll start at 11 with the Arizona court.
This effort to possibly get to those people who are still trapped or submerged is still going on. For now, we'll send it back to you.
Whoa. D-Nick, where are you hearing they dropped anchor? Because dropping anchor would account for the huge shift in direction of the boat. But that's like a last resort. If they dropped the anchor, that could account for why the boat sort of veered to the side. Because it's so hard to turn these things. Because the anchor, especially if the anchor is near the bow, near the front of the ship, that would cause it to be basically a pivot point. But the anchor still has to catch. Might go back and watch for the splash on this.
I'm shocked that you would be under case. I'm shocked you would be under case.
My whole leg is asleep about to hear right
Yeah,
now.
I mean, my
At 127.20, there were still semi-trucks on the bridge.
I can scoot over more.
Oh, I'm good.
Room. You're good?
Yeah.
So there are two cars in the big picture. This is 127.30. Two cars entering the bridge, just now approaching the construction. Now going over the center span.
Something might break if
This is the safest option.
Little jump, and then they go off the other side. So 28.15. $128.25. Looks like the bridge is clear of all traffic now. 128.35. Just moments before impact here. Let me turn off their noise here, and then boom, 128, roughly 128.50. So I would say it took almost 10 seconds for this bridge to collapse.
Is that you? 604? I'm 5'6", 7'9".
All right, cool. Yeah.
Put it in. So you have to say my likeness.
They're having trouble with wireless microphones being on the same frequency, I think, right there. Just had a view from the other direction. This was a toll bridge, so they should have a count of how many people were on the bridge, and possibly even some camera systems to get license plate readers and things like that. Standby anchor is deployed. Let's see. Let's go back to. Oops. Need to swap those out. I need to see where the anchor is deployed. There's a bridge cam video. Like from on the bridge?
Yeah, go there. Because when he starts talking, you're going to be right in the shot. Yeah, go towards the fence so you're not in the shot. Yeah, that's better.
Okay, I think I got a couple of feeds lined up. If you can send me a link to the burner phone if you got the bridge camera. There's toll cameras on the bridge. If the anchor played a role, it should be visible. The anchor chain should be visible down part of the ship. Press conferences are notorious for starting late. They unfortunately, even though it's a tragic loss, this is something that in the political world people fight to get in front of the cameras for.
Hour by hour, and then of course in the coming days we'll learn more. There was also concern about whether or not there was a fuel spill in the water. That was unconfirmed with that fuel spill, but we were told there was an odor coming from the water. The Maryland Department of the Environment was here, and they were checking on that, making sure that our water source has been protected. You know, the mayor had his State of the City address last night and talked about the strides that we've made in our local waterways to getting them healthier, that marine life was coming back. So we don't want, you know, this to set us back as far as the water quality that we've made.
Okay, so they're talking about a couple things, waiting for that as well.
Yeah, no, I don't think they're not budged. Like they're all just kind of huddled over there, so it's not looking like it's going to happen imminently. But I mean, you know, that's when it will happen. When I'm like, oh, it's not, you know. But I'll definitely keep you posted as soon as I see it.
I just don't know. An anchor is not a brake. It's not. You don't drop the anchor to slow down a ship. You drop the anchor to park the ship. Okay, there are a couple other videos out there that we might
even fathomable.
Exactly. I mean, it's you can't.
A couple other videos that show this going down. It's one on the bottom. Man. I think that image is just somebody filming their TV screen. Because it's the exact same footage that we saw. I think it's the same angle and everything. It's just the brightness is different. This one, oops, well, I took it down. That was the better one I wanted to show you. It would have to be a last resort, but it would explain the swinging of the ship if that's what happened, because it's moving forward towards the bridge, and the drop of the anchor, which in theory you think is the front of the ship, right? The anchor is typically located at the front of the ship. That makes the anchor transition the front of the ship to be a pivot point, which would explain why it swung suddenly so quickly to the side. Got a lot of wind noise here. We'll turn that off for a minute. Still no press conference yet. Okay, here we go.
Thank you all for being here. This morning, our state is in shock, and I want to take this moment to speak directly to the people of our state. To our first responders, I'm in awe of you. I'm in awe of your courage. I'm in awe of your strength. I'm in awe of everything you do for each and every one of us. You saw a crisis, and you said, "What can I do to help?" And our response teams are doing everything in our power to rescue and recover the victims of this collapse, literally as we speak. People who, as we speak, are out there are divers.
Just switch to this other view here.
I'm in awe of you. I'm in awe of your courage. I'm in awe of your strength. I'm in awe of everything you do for each and every one of us. You saw a crisis, and you said, "What can I do to help?" And our response teams are doing everything in our power to rescue and recover the victims of this collapse, literally as we speak. People who, as we speak, are out there are divers, are air assets. People who right now are working to save lives and are doing it because the state asked. And we will update the public as the work continues. To our partners inside and outside of government, I know this has been a long night. We started coordinating immediately after the Key Bridge collapsed. We've been standing together every step of the way, from our county leadership, to our city leadership, to our state leadership, to our federal leadership. And I'm grateful to call each and every one of you not just colleagues, but I'm grateful to call you friends. And to the people of Baltimore,
can't get these synced,
and
sorry.
Each and every one of the 6.3 million Marylanders who call our state home. I recognize that many of us are hurting right now. I recognize that many of us are scared right now. And so I want to be very clear about where everything stands. We are still investigating what happened, but we are quickly gathering details. The preliminary investigation points to an accident. We haven't seen any credible evidence of a terrorist attack. Our administration is working closely with leaders from all levels of government and society to respond to this crisis, and not but just by addressing the immediate aftermath, but also by building a state that is more resilient and a state that's more safe. That is our pledge, and that's our commitment, and we're going to keep that commitment. And lastly, to the victims of this tragedy and their loved ones, all of our hearts are broken. We feel your loss, We're thinking of you, and we will always be thinking of you. We pray for the construction workers who are on the Key Bridge, and we pray for everyone who has been touched by this tragedy, and their families, and all of their loved ones. But Maryland, we will get through this, because that is the Maryland spirit, and that's what Maryland is made of. We are Maryland tough, and we are Baltimore strong. So in the face of heartbreak, we come together. We embrace one another, and we come back stronger. That's what we've always done. That's what we'll continue to do. And that's what we're going to get done together. And we're going to pray for Baltimore. And I'd like to turn this over to Senator Van Hollen, who's done a remarkable job in our fellow delegation in providing support. So thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Governor. As the Governor said, we come together. We come together in Baltimore, we come together in Maryland. First of all, our hearts go out to all those who are on the bridge and their loved ones. We pray for them. Our gratitude goes out to the first responders who, as we speak, are out there continuing to conduct search and rescue operations. I want to thank the Governor, the Mayor, the County Executive, all the people gathered here as part of Team Baltimore and Team Maryland. And the federal government is with them as a partner. The Coast Guard, as we speak, is also part of this mission. Coast Guard cutters, Coast Guard aviation assets. I spoke twice today with Secretary of Transportation Pete Buttigieg. Pete Buttigieg has pledged that they will do everything they can to very quickly release emergency response funds for this important project. The National Highway Transportation Administrator is on his way to Baltimore if he's not here already. They will be releasing those early funds once all the parties are fully engaged. Second, the National Transportation Safety Board. I talked to the chair this morning. She and her team will be conducting an investigation of what happened. And finally, the Army Corps of Engineers, naval assets for looking below the surface and clearing. All of this is going to be part of the effort. The Governor is leading Team Maryland, the Mayor and the County Executive, of course, Team Baltimore. But I'm just here to say, together with Ben Cardin, Senator Cardin, and Congressman Fume and others, the federal government is your partner in this effort. Thank you, and again, to the people of our state and the people of this great city. We're with you. We love you. We will get through this together. Thank you.
Reconference command. Okay, go ahead.
Go home. Just a few updates since our meeting this morning. The crew that was out there working was basically repairing potholes. Just so you understand, that had nothing to do with a structural issue at all in the facility. At this time, one person has been rescued, and so far, and continue our efforts.
Okay, you're completely clear of the incident.
Engineers are on site right now, determining both some of the structural issues, obviously some of the debris field, and we'll start to work that, but we'll work hand in hand with the NTSB before we take any further action in that area. With that, I did want to introduce the FBI for a few comments as well.
Hello, my name is Bill Del Bagno. I'm the Special Agent in charge of the Baltimore Field Office. First and foremost, I want to say that our hearts go out to everyone that is impacted by this tragedy, especially the victims and their families. On behalf of the FBI, I would like to say that we are with you, we're with Baltimore, and we're with the partners every step of the way. The FBI, on very first, looking at and assessing this matter from an investigative standpoint, I want to be clear that there is no specific or credible information to suggest that there are ties to terrorism in this incident. the FBI has been part of this response from the beginning. We came within 1 hour to the command post and quickly lashed up with our very strong partners all along the way. We will bring whatever resources that the FBI has to bear. We've already brought our crisis response, our victim services, and just recently our underwater search evidence recovery teams are on site. And we will continue to provide all those resources as long as it takes. And as the investigation goes on, we will take it to its logical conclusion along with our partners. To the people of Baltimore, to the public, I ask you to be patient as we go through this and as information becomes available to us. And lastly, I want to say thank you. Thank you to our partners. Thank you to everyone who in the FBI and counts on the FBI. We will always bring what we need to the people of Baltimore, and we are with you. I'd next like to introduce the Coast Guard.
Good morning. The Coast Guard is still actively searching at this time. We are using response boat crews from 2 of our local Coast Guard stations, one of our helo crews from Air Station Atlantic City, and also one of our cutter crews on one of our 87-foot patrol boats. We will continue to work with our local, state, and federal partners during this tragedy. Thank you.
We'll take some
Governor,
questions.
Governor,
We're going to
start
from this side. We're going to start from this side.
Governor, as far as you are aware, was the collapse of that bridge inevitable as that ship hit that part of the bridge?
No, we're still in the process of investigating exactly what happened. So we don't have any further details about whether or not it was inevitable or not.
But no structural issue with the bridge?
No, there were, in fact, the bridge was actually fully up to code, so we have no further information about what happened in that.
Governor, is all shipping in and out of the port now stopped completely? And do you have any estimate very early on as to how long it will be before shipping can resume to the port of Baltimore?
Yeah, we don't have any estimates on timeline because right now our exclusive focus is on saving lives. Our exclusive focus is on search and rescue.
Could you give us a better sense for the number? Because we'd heard, I know Mr. Wiedefeld said one had been rescued, but earlier from Baltimore we heard that 2 had been rescued. Can you tell us the total numbers we're talking about that that you're searching for, and how many have been rescued?
Well,
there are 8 individuals. 6 are being searched for right now. 1 is was taken to the hospital, and 1 is not in the hospital that we're speaking to.
So 6 unaccounted for?
Yes.
And does that involve individuals that may have been in vehicles that were in the water? Do we know?
We believe it's a construction crew.
Okay, so we don't think there's anyone in vehicles in the water?
No, we do not believe so.
Okay, we'll take questions right here. Take this question here.
Governor, 2 questions. How quickly did you find out about what happened here, and what was your reaction when you heard the scale of what just occurred at that bridge earlier today?
Well, I mean, I think it was probably within minutes of everything, less than an hour, when I know that my phone first rang, and first from the mayor of Baltimore, and also from our chief of staff, and it was. We know the Key Bridge. I've ridden over the Key Bridge countless times. So many of us know the Key Bridge because it is our normal commute. This is a place that is a normal commute route for over 30,000 Marylanders every single day. And so to hear the words that the Key Bridge has collapsed, it's shocking and heartbreaking. And immediately the first thought and the first ideas go back to what happened to the people, what was the impact on human life. But for every single one of us who are Marylanders, the words that the Key Bridge is gone, it still shakes us, because for 47 years, that's all we've known. And so this is not just unprecedented from what we're seeing and what we're looking at today. It's heartbreaking.
Governor, can you confirm that the crew on the ship alerted authorities that it lost propulsion and was in trouble?
We can confirm that the crew notified authorities of a power issue. Yes.
And that they had lost power on the ship.
Was there any ability to shut down the bridge? Or is that because that question right here?
Sorry, let me just give it the number. For you are looking for 7 people to help the rescue. And now you're looking for 6 people, but one rescue rescue, so 3 people has
Total of 8. A total of 8. 1 rescued in hospital. 1 not in hospital, but it is, we've communicated with that person. And then 6 that...
No injuries with him.
And all construction workers working on the pothole? Or all 8 of them?
Yes, they were all related to the construction project,
So
yes.
we heard that multiple vehicles went into the water. Any word on how many vehicles went into the water and the condition of those people that were in the vehicle?
Not at this time.
All right, we're going to shift over here. Was there any way to shut down the bridge? Was there enough time for that distress call to trigger something like that?
Now, the thing that we know is that even as the boat was coming in, we had a ship that was coming in at 8 knots, so coming in at a very rapid speed. We do know that the investigation is currently going on, but I have to say I'm thankful for the folks who once the warning came up and once notification came up that there was a mayday, who literally by being able to stop cars from coming over the bridge, these people are heroes. They save lives. They save lives.
So they weren't able to stop traffic?
The focus is on rescue now. But looking forward, is there any vision for how long it could possibly take to improve the wreckage, to rebuild, how it could possibly be done? Can you look into the future at all at this point?
This is going to be a long-term build. It's going to be a build that's going to require every facet and every aspect of our society. It is something that I can tell you we are going to get this done. We are going to make sure that this is not just rebuilt, but that we are going to rebuild in a way that remembers the people who this tragedy has impacted, and also do it in a way that honors the community that it serves. But right now, I could not give you any form of estimate on timing or cost. Right now, mine and all of our exclusive focus is we're just trying to save lives.
Can the mayor talk on the state of emergency locally, please?
Yes, thank you. Listen, we know the governor issued a state of emergency, but we at the local level felt the need to do that too, because there may be some things that we have to encumber with our fire department and other agencies that we'll be able to pull down support for as we all work together, again, as we focus right now on saving lives and working through this unspeakable tragedy.
In the interim, I know that there's obviously the focus is on the rescue and the recovery, but this is such an important thoroughfare here in Baltimore for drivers, people trying to get around. How are they going to be able to manage while that is also going on?
Yeah, so we've also already been in touch with people about alternative routes and ways people can navigate now that this tragedy has happened. I don't know, Secretary, if you want to speak to that one.
Just to give you a sense of scale, roughly about 35,000 people a day use that facility. About double that use the Harbor Tunnel, and double that again use the Fort McHenry Tunnel. So basically, we don't have those 2 other options. We'll make sure that we have as much personnel out there to deal with any incidents, because as you know, that can cause some backups very quickly. And we will basically put out a lot of communication on different alternatives. We're also looking to transit alternatives as well.
What role will the legislature play in this response? What role will the legislature play in this response? Are there any policies, any state funding that's going to be freed up in a couple of weeks?
Oh yeah, no. So we are, in fact, we have our Senate President here. We have members of the legislature here. The legislature is going to have a role in all of this, as will our local elected officials, as will state officials, as will the federal government. Everybody is going to have a role in terms of how we think about the rebuild.
Governor, how long do you expect shipping to be closed down through the port? Do you have any estimate in terms of the port here?
We don't at this point.
But no ships are going in or out at this time, right?
Right. Yeah, we don't have an estimate on timeline as of yet. Our focus really is right now on to make sure we're safe.
One last question. That are currently docked at the port, are they able to get out at all or no?
I'm sorry, say
the ships the vessels that are currently docked at the port, are they able to get out or no?
The one that's captured under the is that
Still at port.
Oh yes, that one's still at port. Yes.
We'll take one
Governor,
last
one
question.
last question. Was the ship being guided out by tugs, firstly? And secondly, did you just say that it issued a mayday in enough time that you were able to stop all traffic from entering both sides, so that the only casualties we expect are the workers on the bridge?
Yes, ma'am. So the investigation is still going on, so we're going to have all the full details, and also all the full details about the timeline and the tick-tock that took place. But we're thankful that between the Mayday and the collapse, that we had officials who were able to begin to stop the flow of traffic, so more cars were not up on the bridge. And I can.
There were some on the bridge, or not? Were there any?
Well, during the collapse.
Yeah, were there some on the bridge? There have been reports that have been sonar that have detected vehicles at the bottom of the water. So as well as the 8 people, there could still be people trapped inside or potentially have died in vehicles, is that correct?
I think, well, the investigation is still going on to find out exactly how many people in what situation. But the thing that we do know is that many of the vehicles were stopped before they got onto the bridge, which saved lives in a very, very heroic way.
So
Thank you all very much. Thank you so much. We'll have another update later. Thank you.
This is a huge detail. We don't know how many vehicles were on the bridge, basically. Thank you all. That's a huge safety.
Okay, so we're gonna. Yeah, the press is upset because they have not confirmed about other vehicles. We do have a couple new pictures that were just sent. Thank you very much, Carol, by the way. I appreciate those. We've got this one right here. It looks just amazing. Let's go full screen on this one. This is from the up or from the harbor side of this impact. So you're looking down. I believe this is the starboard of the ship. Crashed into the pylon. You can see the pylon's just destroyed, just completely destroyed there. There's no way that bridge would have stayed up with that sort of impact. But there some questions they're answering and some they're not. But the information that we did get, that we were able to confirm a little bit of, was specifically that that there are 8 people involved. They believe there were 8 people, all construction crew. All construction crew was involved. Let me get this one playing again. Sorry. There we go. All right, it was all construction crew members that were involved. They were able to rescue 2. One of them is in the hospital, and one of them was uninjured, and they're speaking to him. So they're still looking for 6 people, all construction crew. Apparently, they say there were no, but what we heard, that there were no other cars, even though we heard reports of other vehicles being in the water. Those vehicles may have been construction vehicles, but we're not sure if there's anyone in those vehicles. So somebody heard basically the Mayday, and that would have come over most likely the VHF radio, which is marine radio. Channel 13, channel 16, something like that. I think channel 16 is the emergency message. So it's most likely somebody, bridge employee or somebody working that gate or the toll bridge, that heard that call and were able to stop traffic from coming through. But it was still several minutes before anything came through on the police traffic about this. So the communication of the downed bridge to police seemed to take almost 10 minutes more. I understand the toll workers were there. Gas, and anyone heard this officially? That's what we're able to piece together when the governor says that there were people who were there at the entrance to the bridge that were able to stop people from going on. Pressers are always disappointing. Let's see. So there was a Mayday. There were definitely, we did hear there was a message that was sent from the ship to the shore about them losing power. Don't know exactly what that entails. If the engines went out, if they just lost steering, if they lost thrust, if they lost all control. 16 is where all the general announcements start. If you have a boat, even a small vessel, odds are you probably have a radio in there, and it should be a VHF radio for marine, and it's like a CB for the water. Cameras are watching for tolls. I'm sure there's going to be some other footage that comes out over time. The one that was available is a live YouTube stream that's been going since about May of last year, filming this bridge just for people who like to watch boats, watch ships, watch the traffic on the water. And that's the image you see on the right-hand side there. both the live image on top and the old image from last night. Recap of press conference. Basically, they're still in the rescue mode. Once the rescue mode is over, which probably will end some point today, they'll turn to recovery, and it's possible that individuals that fell in this are either trapped under debris or trapped in vehicles. This is it's going to take some time to do that. We'll just use the word vessel. Greener says the governor called it a boat. I feel vindicated. Just kidding. Yes, I called it a boat, and I got corrected. It's a ship because it's a shipping. It's a shipping business, not a boating business. Ships do have a black box recorder, so that will come out as well. The Coast Guard is present on the ship right now and doing an investigation there. I'm sure they're going to recover that, and that will come out. It might be months before the details do, though. All right, we're going to wrap this up unless anybody has some breaking on-scene local insights into this whole event. Man, these pictures are just unbelievable. So we're going to wrap this up. We're going to go live in about an hour, I think, with our regular court case out of Arizona. This is the case of Mr. Kelly down by the border. He's charged with shooting somebody, I think a Guatemalan national, and he says it wasn't him. He says somebody else shot him. So it's a murder trial. We'll be following that, and we'll pick up there. Thanks for joining me on this coverage of this tragic event up in Baltimore, up in Maryland, where the Francis Scott Key Bridge was struck by a shipping vessel, and the impact caused the bridge to collapse. We know that there were at least 8 construction workers on that bridge. 6 of them are still missing. So terrible news there. We will go ahead and end on that note. We will. We'll see you hopefully if you want to follow true crime. If you found us and you've never seen a court case with me, we do follow court cases and occasionally news stories like this every day. We've got a live court case out of Arizona that we're been following. That's quite interesting. It's just getting started. It will be day 1 of testimony today. We just had the opening statements on Friday. They were a little long, but testimony starts today. So feel free to join us. You can pick up and really not miss much. With that. So hopefully click the subscribe button, ring the bell, and do come back and join us. We do this live pretty much every day, 5 days a week. So, all right. Thank you all. I'm looking for my outro music. There it is. There were pilots on board. Yep, pilots were on board. I might need Mountain Dew before this is over. Skylar O'Hara, thanks for the kind words. I appreciate that. Thanks all of you for joining me this morning. It was early, but we're gonna take a little break and then come back ready for court. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love, smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better, and please stay safe till we go live again. We'll be live in about an hour. And we'll obviously keep our ear to the ground as developments happen in the story as well. We'll be following those and interjecting with those, even as we're watching court. Imperial Girl, Texas Nana, thank you very much. Michelle Johnson, appreciate you. Thanks for being here. It is weird to have an outro at 10 a.m. It feels like I need to go to bed or something. I'm tired. We'll see you all for court in a little bit. You guys be good to each other. We'll see you. Bye.